Good evening. Good evening. Today is a day of reckoning, understanding, even still. We, as people should know, that today has been declared anti-304 day. Let me stop. Oh my goodness. We should all protect our 304s. Especially when they don't get the bag. Especially when life is hard. And utterly disgusting. No time in history have sluts ever got the crown. And by the power invested in me, today will be no different of a day. Will a 304 sit at the pedestal of greatness? Remember, only you can prevent horse from getting the bag. She wants to play house like she's in a club with Mickey Mouse. With this can of spray of Raid that I douse, I shall not accept a 304 queen who gets treated like a wife. For all you hoes who believe in National Cheat on Your Boyfriend or Husband Day for somebody who doesn't even know you, even exists, this is the reason why hoes always lose. Because a hoe is a hoe and that's all she knows. She got more spots than a nigga without a Lego. That hoe is never to be trusted. She will never sacrifice anything for you. She will lie on the witness stand. She will get a nigga locked up and possibly a jail hit order. And you think that she should be rewarded for being a drunk. A person who's a known abuser of men. A person with a supposedly substance abuse problem. I look at this. That's Clay Thompson and the light-skinned badge of courage shall be awarded to him. The only man in history to dodge a bullet at point-blank range. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I take many comfort and much pride in seeing that hoe heartbroken. Yes, I said it. That hoe's heartbroken. Why? She does not deserve to find love. She deserves her ass kicked in the octagon by Amanda Nunez. She deserves to eat kitty litter and sit in the fucking corner. Fuck kicking rocks. The only thing that happened at the store, chick worked at Royal Farms, rude as fuck, almost hit me with the door. I was about to say something, but I feel like knocking a fucking bitch out because I already know the look she had on her face, she was going to be confrontational. I picked my battles. But if she would have hit me with the door, I'd have been like, excuse me, what the fuck is wrong with your disposition? Since most people think that I'm bitter about black women, prove it. Most people think that black women are these nice, kind women who get mistreated. Prove it. She got brokenhearted when an $800,000 Bentley got taken back. That's all I gotta say. It's not the Bentley, not the Bentley. Good God Almighty, not the Bentley. It's a damn shame that real fools have united to defend a woman they don't even know personally. Just to do what? Make fools of themselves. This is the reason why I said there's no saving this community we call black. You got this. This is, you know what? I'm gonna dedicate this segment just for you, black women. Why is it that the only men you listen to are gay men, but then you call black straight men gay to insult them? How about that? You don't know masculinity. You don't understand what it takes for a man to be a man. You keep saying why are these YNs running amok, but you're raising them. You literally raise YNs to be these dastardly people. You raise these kids to be hellions. And for some odd reason, black men are responsible. You know, the same black men you don't want in the house. The same black men you don't want there. You see, shows like mine that fight viciously to talk about making a better black man, you try to incite some type of violence and say, you hate women. I just asked you this question. Give a decent black man reason to like you. Well, we're doing various topics today. I'm still poking fun at the Meg Thee Stallion shit. I'm just like, do y'all like to stop losing for once? Stop competing with your daughters for men. It's kind of crazy, you know? It's kind of crazy. There's no amount of trips. There's no amount of education that's going to keep you from being a lonely bitch at the end of the day. A lot of you are just wastes of time. That's what a lot of you are. I want you to realize this. It's not the fact that you can't get a man. It's the fact that you repulse men. We gotta keep it funky, monkey. You repulsed them. Please get the likes up. Thank you, baby. I want you to realize this. A guy like me, a guy like Kevin Samuels, we're championing for black families, championing for black women to find good men. But you could take that horse to the goddamn water, you just can't make that motherfucker drink. And you know what's shameful about championing this cause? This shows you how much you don't want to be married, how much you don't want to be with great men. You're happy just being 304s. If that is the truth, don't lie about it. Don't lie about it. Don't lie about it. That's all you got to do. Don't lie about it. We'll be okay. Just like this. How many of you women out there purposely keep your kids from the baby daddy just to get what? A measly $300 a month? But then you're going to be paid out the ass for all these mental fucking visits to the psychiatrist because daddy ain't there and the child feels a certain way about it. You can never do anything wrong. You'll never hear the women say, I fucked up the relationship. I nagged too much. I. Somebody else did it. Somebody else did it. Somebody else did it. Somebody else's fault. I'm not going to take any responsibility. Nobody else can tell me. You're the only women that will get up and fight incredibly Against what? DNA test at birth? DNA test with birth. Why? You got nothing to hide. Why not vote for it? Why can't you? If we give you abortion, we need mandatory DNA testing. Deal? If we give you abortion, we have the ability to abort all responsibilities, legal and parental, to the child. Deal? You won't even want to play on an even playing board. You want to use steroids, cybernetics. You don't even want to be fair to fucking field a game. But yet, I've never seen women so galvanized to champion a whore, a known liar, a known drunk, a known 304. And what does that tell you? You don't care about your image. You glorify this shit. The patron saint of 304s has been martyred. I really can't wait till they open up that Tory Lane case again. And all the facts come out. I can't wait. I can't wait. I really can't. It's gonna be fucking spectacular in my eyes. You know why? There's something called residue, gunshot residue bags, the GSRs, which at every time you have a case and you have people in the vicinity within close proximity to each other, extremely close, involved in that case, you bag their hands. If Tory Lanez had no gunshot residue or gunpowder residue, it's impossible for him to fire the gun. But then Homegirl, the bodyguard, the driver, and a bystander all said it was a female who held the gun. This is your patron saint, folks. This is your patron saint. This is your patron saint. This is your patron saint. This is black woman excellence. You should be insulted being called a Democrat if they had this bitch representing you. A sitting vice president and a presidential candidate had Megan Thee Stallion twerking at her campaign rally. Jeez. Do you think they would do that in China, Russia, Do you think the Japanese would have the fucking Yakuza? You know, doing a couple of katas and shit? No. They would never let the underbelly of their culture represent them. They would never do that. They would never do that. They would never do that. And we need to actually acknowledge that there's a fucking problem with that. We need to acknowledge there's a fucking problem with that. Nobody wants to really say, hey, you don't have any moral code. It's been statistically proven black women love to date drug dealers. You love to date criminals. You don't mind a guy who's in jail. I'm in a relationship with a dude in jail. Y'all proud of it. But I hate black women. Well, all I do is tell the truth that's right before our eyes. That's all I gotta do. See, hating is when you tell the truth. You know how, like, mama don't like to be embarrassed in front of strange company? But mama do some really wicked shit. Think about this, right? You can't even find a black man in church because that's became a den of fucking whores and thieves and scallywags. It's just horse. You get nothing out of it. And I'm not insulting the Christian faith. You get a bunch of baby mamas who think they should get a man with no kids. Look what Kevin Hart's wife said. I think it was Kevin Hart, but one of them chicks out there saying that you should stop paying for the other kids and just focus on our kids. What if he would have said that to her? Nobody tells me I'm a package deal. No, 2 controllers, 4 games, and a goddamn yearly subscription to Netflix. That's a package deal. Not your kids. Your kids are not valuable to another man. Only to you. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be very real about this one. Yeah, you're right. There's no such thing as an evil stepmother, evil stepfather archetype. Let's be real. You had ample time, ample time to do what? Get yourself together, become a better woman. You're playing house. You could cook and clean. Oh, that's the least you could do. But guess what? You were getting devastated. Yep, that wasn't going to happen with Clay. And there's a fundamental reason why. Clay's mama was not going to allow that to happen. Clay's mama and daddy were not going to allow that to happen. Have you noticed in the black community, when a black person goes in a relationship, most of the time the parents have no say? Notice that? They don't care. They're not involved. They'll let their son and daughter marry and date whomever. You ever notice that shit? What's up, Kitty? There's almost no involvement. How many times you see young girls take their boyfriends to meet their fathers? In particular, almost none. I'm back. Gotta go get my cigar. Because this is going to be a heavy night. Heavy night for y'all. Now I'm settled again. Heavy nights. Let's look at this, right? There's people who don't understand class and being a target. Clay Thompson is one of those rare individuals who may never find true love. He was a target ever since he went to middle school. Because of his pedigree. Your pedigree makes you a target. A lot of people don't want to admit that shit. But your pedigree makes you a big ass target. Now, one motherfucker from the Kardashian family protected that fat slob. God rest his soul, I think he died. And this is the reason why you make that type of money and you're obese like that. Tells me one thing. Your confidence was shot a long time ago. Tonight's drink of choice, XO Brandy. Dan Cigar's 25th anniversary is being smoked tonight. I want you to think about that. For all you men out there who have good jobs and careers, trades, degrees, and occupations, especially for your sons, sit them down and let them know they're a target. You're a target. You come from a house of 304s and you don't know the game. I said this to my ex, who's becoming red pill more and more each day. And I spoke to her about red pill awareness. I said, you know what the cruel part about this is? None of the hoes teach their sons about other hoes. They leave them. Oh, he's alive? Okay. I mean, that type of fucking money, you should be in shape. Sorry. Youngest son. So you know what that means, right? His fucking confidence was shit. Shit. I can't wait to get my room set up where I could do the camera shit like Kevin Samuels. Teach her about some cigars, man. Some colognes. I'm gonna tell you, there's some nighttime fragrances, especially if you go to lounges or water places, harbors out in the open in the summertime that you wear. It's eye dropping how you'll catch somebody's eye. You cannot be bloated and fat and you got that type of money because guess what? If I can lose 20 pounds, you can lose 20 pounds. Just because you have money doesn't mean you have game. Put that shit out there right now. There is no fucking way a chick like Black China would be near my son. To give you a small little story, my son had a little girlfriend in ninth grade, and I noticed the level of trouble he was getting in. I wouldn't even say trouble per se. Little dumb shit like skipping school to meet with her and all that. And you start noticing stuff. You weren't doing this shit before you met her. And then I had to look at the background of the girl's mom. No daddy in sight. Mom's a lesbian, and it's a coven. She thinks that she can say stuff about me. Mom smiles in my face, but my son tells me. She says, "Why do you act?" She says, "You act like you run everything." I said, "I do. I'm your daddy. Why shouldn't I run everything? Where's her father?" Well, her father's not in her life. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I told Peanut, "You're gonna have to cut ties because the whole situation with her and her mom under control, and I'm not about to be a granddaddy either. No time soon. When he was in ninth grade, so You have to force your kids to cut ties and show them the way about it. Because nobody wants to go and say these things and to the children and say, "Hey, this person means you no well wishes. This person is going to take advantage of you if you keep going down this path." Black mothers are not known for talking about the manipulations. And I don't want to hear no broad talking about not me and my friends. And shout out to the conversation I had with Sandog earlier. Why is it that you always say not me and my friends, but we don't? You're afraid to talk in generalities, which means that means general, which means what? The majority of people without variables. Because we are smart enough to know there's variables on the planet. We're smart enough to know there's variables, so we don't have to always talk about them. Not me and my friends. See, bitches can admit to cheating on their husbands, but you don't hear bitches, checking their friends from cheating on their husbands. You don't hear that. You never hear that. They'll keep that secret. You know you're wrong for that. Mm-mm-mm. Will never ever, will never ever be honest about it. It's always a man's fault. That's why I tell a lot of young cats, you're not missing shit. I mean, shit. I had to learn a while ago. Guess what? You gotta have fun on your terms. You gotta be able to live on your like. You telling me straight up and down that mama's gonna tell you about her whole days? It's like they have an obsession to struggle. I did it all by myself, but I put you through hell doing it. Even though letting your father raise you would have been much better for your life, but for my fucking ego, I let you struggle in poverty. I let you struggle in poverty. You ever hear that? I did it all by myself. It's almost more pride to be a single parent than a married woman. It's almost more pride. Actually, it is more pride to be a single mother than a married woman. that statement right there. Oh yeah, gotta nuke that motherfucker. Make sure that cigar burn well. Gotta nuke it a little bit. They never saw you as a father in the equation. Let's look at that. How much money goes out the black community? Think about it. When you have two parents who are not together, you need minimum two houses. Everybody makes money off of the back of blacks except blacks. I want you to think about that shit. Your child support courts make money off of you. Your children would have received more money if the father is not on child support than on. But what do? You do it because you want to insult the man. You want to exert some type of control. You want to exert some type of control, but you're getting dicked out of money. I want you to think about that. You have child support parties. For what? Like you accomplish something. Like you want to see the man hurt. That's the reason why they say you're bad mothers. Because a good mother would not allow their child to be hurt. They would give them the best opportunities, the best outcomes to survive. Tiger uppercut, bitch. And I really think about that, right? I'm okay when women are biologically selfish. I'm okay with that. But don't harm your kids. Don't harm your kids doing it. You goddamn fool. You're a goddamn fool. And the saddest part is you can't go by and say, hey, my child needs something. You can't. Because they're going to say, take it out to child support. But if you don't take it out on child support, the child gets more. Here's another thing. You're not good representatives of the men. Remember, I forget what team it was. I think it was the Giants or some team. I forget. It might have been a basketball team. They won a championship and they rented out a yacht. And the yacht was just basically a hoe house. Black women were upset they were not on that fucking yacht getting smutted out. But yet, I can just tell the truth about the community. I can just tell the truth about the community and say, hey, black men need to be better. But like ABM said, you'll never hear that shit. Talking about black women need to be better. How can we be better moms? How can we be better wives, better girlfriends, better women? Yep. They were mad for not being hoes. Get that paper hoe. Go get that paper hoe. Go get that paper hoe. Upset because you're not being smutted out with the white girls. I'll be damned. We can't let Becky outhold us. Only creatures in the world that get mad about what? Only creatures in the world that get mad about what? Not being hoes. Why do you want to be hoes? You say you disrespect it. Once upon a time, women and men had separate fucking places to coexist. Guess what happened to that, folks? Y'all want to come into the barber shops, the cigar lounges. Now, if you really enjoy cigar lounges, I don't mind women there as long as they cool. But there's certain places men should have that women are not allowed. Speaking of cigar lounges, this one's for you, ABM. I'm gonna take you back with this one. Oh yeah, that was last Friday at the Cigar Lounge. First Fridays. DJ was rocking with the old school Baltimore Club mix. Good time. Free $30, all you can drink and all you can eat. I was down. I'm gonna tell you, men men had you ever notice when men make shit fun, everybody else gotta come? 30 years ago, bitches would not be caught dead at a comic book convention. Now, they're the ones dressing the most scantily. Oh, y'all like those comic book characters because they're dressed so scantily. But they go out of their way to dress that way. I'm like, the formula works. Once again, I don't mind it if you truly love comics and anime. But guess what? We'll get called perverts and shit by looking at you. And for some odd reason, we won't be respected for our taste. Okay, you dressed a certain way. Yes, I'm gonna look. Am I coming on? Am I coming as a creep trying to touch on you? No. And you're right. It's because they need attention from men. Women will die. Not only inside, but physical ailments will occur without male attention. I want you to think about that very, very vehemently. It's one thing if you're a poser, and it's another thing if you're a fan of it. Why do you need why do you need men to have a space of their own? Because men actually live longer the more they keep their friends. It's been a study out. We don't need to be bombarded by bitches all the time. The minute you spend time with your boys, you're either gay or you chasing bitches. But you spend time with her, oh, you're crowding. You're trying to control me. You can't win from fucking trying. It's like, what was that, Friday or Thursday? When I asked Mella, when ABM asked that great question, and Mella left, I'm just wondering to myself, like, yo, that's the exact reason why we never see those roundtable discussions. You're right, it's bitch logic. We go out there and say, hey, explain to us. This is the most egalitarian channel in YouTube. Explain yourself. Why don't y'all have these roundtable discussions on how to be better women, how to be nicer to men, cordial to men, how to be healthier, better shape, how to pick better men. You never hear this shit. You'll even have black men, dark skin, light skin, medium complected, short, fat, old, young, middle age, straight, gay, bisexual, at a fucking round table discussing shit that is concerning black men's empowerment and betterment. But you never see the equivalent from black women. And that's a damn good question and observation. And as soon as you hear something you don't like, you're gone. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. It's like playing them old school fighting games or the current ones. Put up or shut up. Put up or shut up. You want respect? You go on the field of battle and you earn your fucking wings. You earn your scars. You earn those motherfuckers. You don't go out there and just, oh, I don't like what I'm saying, quit. Shit's hard, shit's tough. But if we do that to you, we're a bunch of bitch ass niggas. That's the funniest part. There's all kinds of names of calamity we get. But when respectability politics take faction, we'll never get it. We'll never get that respect. You know? That's what I kind of miss about old school MMA. Your style was better than my style? No, my style is better than your style? Put up or shut the fuck up. But you won't get that anymore. You'll get people getting flagging parties. You'll get people trying to, find out people's personal information and their family members. That's what you'll get. A bunch of bitch made shit. That's what you'll get. No respectability, no honor, and then wonder why people are coming for their necks. See, that's why people call me a throwback. Because I had to hang around older guys and learn the old ways. You know why? Because if you insult the right motherfucker, there's hell to pay. There was hell to pay. But women don't even do the same. You don't see auntie giving them good advice. You just don't. Never been married, having all her fun traveling. But when she gets 50, hell, 40 for a lot of you broads, you ain't got anybody. You ain't got anybody. Especially, it used to be auntie with a rack of kids or at least one kid. Now it's just going to be auntie by her damn self and her dog and cat. And then here's the fucked up part. You get a little fucking dog that doesn't do shit, can't protect you. They running under you near your ass. Always asking you to do shit around the house for them. Pay me like you would pay that motherfucker. Pay me like you would pay that motherfucker. Give me the same fucking respect. You wouldn't do that, would you? Right there is a good opportunity to tell them. Because when I hear women who don't want to get married, don't want to have kids, don't want to settle down, which is your choice, but I'm going to be Uncle Charles and I'm going to tell you the truth. What it really sounds like to a man, you still want your whole phase to last longer. See, a man doesn't have to bear kids. So his prime's going to last a lot longer. His value's going to be a lot longer. But y'all want to follow this Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, who insulted black women, by the way. Y'all want that fucking lifestyle. Y'all want to be able to be rich and be hoes. Yo, yeah, where the hoes at? You don't see no fathers coming out there trying to fuck around and date the same chicks their sons are dating. It's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. Nobody wants to be the old creepy guy in the club, okay? Nobody. I remember this one chick told me, well, there's a lot of young guys messing with older women. Yeah, because y'all become easy. That's the fucking matter of it. That's the matter. Y'all become easy. You gotta pay for them niggas to be around. Y'all don't have better pussy. Come on now. Y'all gotta be freakier because y'all have no morals anymore. To keep a man, you gotta do some nasty shit. Your value went down. Your value literally went down. It's not like niggas are going to search you out because y'all some fountain of youth. Guess what? You can put all the paint you want on a fucking 79 Nova, unless you can change the insides of the engine, ain't shit working. Ain't shit gonna work. Ain't shit working. See, at least a guy, he can keep himself in shape. He can take some testosterone shots and reverse it age backwards. Most of you chicks, y'all want to get fucking surgeries and shit, fuck up your whole bodies. And what do you get out of it? Some cheap dick? Shout out to Hood Conservatives. Once bitches get stopped being flown out, Spirit Airline goes out of business. Spirit Airline goes out of business. Yeah, you're right about that. The Jazz Lounge, the Cigar Lounge, going to the Harbor is the old man's game. You'll be surprised how many 22, 25, 28 year olds give me their numbers and come over, then go into a club. That's how I would tell anybody. One thing I learned early in my fucking 20s: even if you don't drink, keep liquor. Even if you don't smoke, keep fucking weed or black and milds or cigars for some of them. Have a big enough TV. Clean up vigorously. Make sure the bathroom's tight. Make sure you put on the wall right there on your dresser a washcloth and a towel so she already knows what it is. But yet, we have more black men in the black manosphere giving advice to younger men. It's more it's more black men in the black manosphere giving younger guys advice, training them, giving them all kinds of sage wisdom, but you don't have the equivalent. This is how you know it's fucked up on one side compared to the other. What's the female equivalent to the black manosphere? Go ahead, I'll wait. I'll wait on that one. That's a beautiful subject. That should be a fucking live stream by itself. What's the female equivalent to the black manosphere? Or you broads just like to run wild like 1980s Hulkamania? Tell me what it is. We don't like to shame the devil too much. If airlines are going out of business, and how many of those flight attendants are female, you got to think all the safe havens of females are fucking around and disappearing. Shout out to Ronnie Laws, old days, old ways. How many of this shit is? You're not getting quality anymore. You really aren't. You really aren't. I want you to think about that. All the safe haven jobs for females are disappearing. You want that motherfucking link? You want that motherfucking link? I need some woos in the chat. I need people to say woo. I need somebody to hit a Cash App or PayPal. Get that goddamn woos up. I love my audience participation. It looks good for YouTube. And by the way, if you're a hater, the least you could do is give me a thumbs down because it all counts. Give me some woos in the chat. Give me some goddamn give me some goddamn woos in the chat. Roll that shit. Let that shit. Smoke it, smoke it, smoke it, smoke it. One of my favorite club mixes of all time. That and Out My Way, bitch. Can you see how I get there? Oh, yeah, they played that too. Out. Don't fuck around and let me get a DJ set and go to DJ school. I'm gonna fucking kill. Need some more rules before I let people up, man. I need my audience participation. Let me know who's in the building. Don't be shy. You can hate my guts. At least say fuck you, folk. Woo. At least you can say is that. Need some more woos. Audience participation. Get off your lazy asses. Man, woman, and child. Children should not be listening to my program. Better not bring your kids. We are joined by Baltimore's finest electrician, and we're joined by everybody's favorite mother trucker, A.L. Evans. What's up, fella?
Charles, hey, what these hoes gonna do, bro?
Open
Spirit?
subject, open panel, but I just had to get a few things off my list and my
Yo.
chest.
Hey, can you hear me,
What's up,
Charles?
ABM?
Can you hear me?
Let me
Can you
go
hear
out
me?
so I can hear you. Got
Dip out.
you. What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Woo! I be
Hey,
goddamn. I about sick and tired of this goddamn stream yard shit keeping me in and out. Don't let me make my debut. But what's
Streamyard's
good?
Apple products. I noticed that.
hey,
Horrible.
hey, I got a question.
Might have an answer. Go ahead.
What these hoes gonna do, bro? Spirit going out of business.
I mean, we got to take it back to the 80s, you know? What you gonna do when nobody's gonna fly you out from blue to blue?
Who's gonna fly these bitches out now? I thought these bitches was too good for JetBlue. That's all they got left now, right? JetBlue?
Jet blue.
They gonna be back on Southwest. They ain't gonna take them
Southwest,
back.
okay, yeah, Southwest. Okay, I guess they'll do Southwest.
Well, they'll do
They gonna do.
Southwest because you know bags fly free if it's under a certain weight.
You know, when they want to get flued out and all.
You
No,
know,
Charles. The airline said they putting a cap on that luggage and all that shit. Y'all, you ain't finna be able to carry on what you want and how you want.
mhm.
Yeah, boy, it's a rough economy out there, bruh.
How many? What is it? 2 million Trump kicked off of welfare.
2.5.
Hmm. You know, one day I'm gonna speak to y'all fellas offline and tell you the benefits I'm living under, and all you gotta say is City Boys winning because when I talked to my counselor Monday, when I talked to some people in other establishments, your boy is trying to get a master's out of this deal. And guess what I found out with UB, University of Baltimore? You know they got a dual JD and master's program.
Get it. Take advantage, man. Take advantage.
In Chapter 31, veterans benefits are paying for computers.
Hmm.
You might have to call me Dr. Faulkner when it's all said and done. Hey, I'm a focus on the bachelor's of science first, but then I'm gonna see how
I'm,
this man.
I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to it. Hurry up and get it.
Oh, trust me, I get my bachelor's, I'm having a party. I get my master's, I'm having a party. If I get a JD out of the deal, oh, I'm shutting Baltimore down. I'm having a party from DC to Baltimore. We're doing a party bus. Guess what? You better sleep the whole fucking day. You better sleep the whole fucking day. If you traveling with me and I get a JD, you better sleep the whole fuck. We ain't sleeping the whole fucking weekend. Mm. I motherfuckers down. Look at how we're the only space that encourage young black men to get their masters and be military officers. Uh-oh. Roll that shit.
Yeah, you already know. You already know.
You
Yep,
would have
I'm
loved
doing
Club Mix back in the day. Roll that shit, like that shit, smoke it, smoke it, smoke it, smoke it. Come on,
it. That's
ABM.
why.
We got to take you to the cigar lounge next Friday, the next first Friday. That should be lit.
That's why I love you, Tip.
And guess who? Detective. Guess who throws it every first Friday? A detective from Baltimore City.
Oh.
Me and my boy Dot. He said I needed this. I had to take a break from the missus and the kids. I said, "Come on out." He loved it. $30, all you could eat, all you could drink. Whew. Oh man, that was some good shit.
Yeah, I just got through reading a couple of chapters in Proverbs. Yeah, gonna tell your boy to indulge every now and again, but if he's a married man, he needs to stay in his lane.
Huh?
You don't need to be out there with that single tail.
No. There's got a lot of married men who go to the cigar lounge. It's not. It's more relaxation and having fun. You're not trying to pick bitches. It's just hang out with the boys.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
I know you
forget.
got him in a safe atmosphere.
Oh yeah, trust me. Love his wife. His wife cool as shit. I mean, she treats his first son like hers, and their son, beautiful boy too. But black men don't take care of kids. I forgot, right?
Who told that lie? You took care of yours, I took care of mine the best way I knew how to.
Maybe
Real
you
men
take
take care of their kids.
hell. Even Lost took care of his niece, and he's 25. I really to the point where I'm just like, yo. At some point, you got to give credit to the man, like Ric Flair said. Whoo!
Yeah. Talk of life of
Well,
anything. Too.
well,
They kill me with it.
depends on the night. You find some. Well, there was some good looking women in the cigar lounge Friday. I ain't gonna lie to you. Some good looking ones, and some of them are by themselves or with their friends
Mm.
because they care about it. It's a, even you could tell the decent women. They don't want to go where there's a lot of arguments, a lot of fighting. They want to hear some good music, get some good food, some good drinks, some good smokes. They might even meet a good gentleman. Most likely, see, here's game, right? If a woman want a decent man who has some class about him, because you can't be a godless heathen in a cigar lounge, because guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna kill the fucking mood. And most times, if you acting stupid, people got a lot of respect for cigar owners. And the one beautiful thing about the cigar lifestyle, especially with the owners, they support each other. There's no greed. Everybody can eat. When I go to Fire and Smoke, number love. When I go to Dan's on Pulaski, Fire and Smoke on Taylor and Lock Raven, number love. Nothing but love. When a fucking homicide detective throws the first Fridays, you know it's safe. Guess a large contingency of motherfuckers gonna be in there. Correctional officers, firefighters. We all carry. You could be a dumb motherfucker if you want. And we'll turn that bitch into the 4th of July. But we don't
No,
worry about
dumb motherfuckers don't like to frequent those type of establishments. They do not.
it.
Those establishments calls for thought. Those are places of thought and reflection and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. Dumb motherfuckers do not want to be in a place of thought and reflection because that forces them to have to think. Dummies don't like to think. So,
Mm-hmm.
people need
That
to go to
you don't have to
stances
worry.
like that.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about stupid shit. The white boys who come are cool as fuck. It's just a good atmosphere. People might say, "Oh, it's gonna be smoky." No, they have ventilation, so you don't really get smoke. It's good ventilation on both fire and smoke and dance, and it's like a beautiful atmosphere. Every time I go to a, and I'm glad you said that, AB. I mean, excuse me, AL. I'll have conversations with guys who are army captains, chicks who are like studs who are barbers, and we'll talk about some esoteric shit about masculinity. And I told this one stud, I said, "This is the problem you have with masculinity. You're trying to pretend something that comes natural to me. Like you get periods, okay? I don't.
You bleed
You
once a month and don't die. Jesus.
mm-mm, don't trust it.
Ain't trusted. Ain't trusted.
Think about it. You can literally doll yourself up, and a man will take care of you. I got to get it in the mud and get it back in blood.
Yes, sir.
It's like going to a sport like football, wrestling, boxing. You have a welcome to insert sport moment here. When I got thrown so hard that the capillaries in my mouth burst, when my homeboy said when he got fucking rocked by the linebacker when he was running back, that's a welcome to the fucking. That's a moment in time. You know you want to be in that bitch.
Oh yeah. And can you get back up from that shit?
Hmm. Just like a
Yep.
cigar, you have an etiquette. Guess what? Older black men, when we went to the, when we, they invited us to their seat, to their little booth, and we brought some food, and they had to check me and my boy and said, "Hey, when people invite you to the booth, make sure you bring enough food for everybody, especially when they're sharing their cigars and liquor with you." And I said, "You know what?" Shook his hand back, went back to the place, got some more wings, and shared with everybody. That's not ego, is it?
Nope. You received that constructive criticism, you inhaled it, you took the positive out of it, you weeded out the negative, you came to a conclusion, and it was a grounded conclusion, and you went with the best solution at that moment. That's what you did, and you did not let egos and feelings get involved with it. No, I said feelings. That's a four-letter cuss word that women use that we should eliminate from all male vocabulary. Do not start a conversation with women if they inject feelings anywhere in it. Kill the conversation, part ways.
You know what? I will allow them to say the word feel, but guess what I'm gonna do?
Mm-mm.
Mary's asshole. Tell me what you
What
think.
what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna tell them what? Tell me what you think.
Tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Because you feel as though I'm being mean to you, but well, Charles, you're being mean. Did I not hold your hand and pull you out the way of a car coming speeding past? Did I not protect you when you weren't looking? Because guess what? You might have felt that I wasn't protective of you, but what was reality?
You was.
That you were heavily protected. See, for all you anime heads, when it comes to a relationship, when it comes to a household, I'm the Hokage of that motherfucker. I'm the strongest shinobi. I am the protector of the village. And that's what I teach any man that graced my fucking channel. I'll tell you my flaws. I'll tell you how much I fucked up money before. If you ever notice one thing about me that every man respect is that I'm not afraid to talk about my flaws.
You own your shit.
But best believe I'm gonna talk about my greatness.
As well you should. You're supposed to pat yourself on the back. If you don't, who else will? But at the end of the day, my brother, my savior, my champion, I got
That,
your back, you got mine, and this is how we should walk and talk and act amongst all others of the male kind species.
Yep. I got to give you your flowers, AL. There have been times I've been deep in the dirt with my feelings, and sometimes you made me laugh, and you said, "Shut the fuck up, pick yourself up."
Got to.
Got me back on that path of styling and profiling.
You smooth man.
I used to be worried about weed smokers coughing like that, so I realized they have a good ass time coughing like that.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, man. If I can't get off one of these kinds of cough, any other kind of cough, it just don't measure up.
Yeah, and it's like, yo, I said I have the pleasure of knowing PhDs, truck drivers, electricians, carpenters, computer science programmers. We literally have the most multifaceted section of YouTube ever. You can slow us down. We're like the fucking juggernaut.
You know what? A light bulb just came over my head when you said it. You said we the most multifaceted. That's why they're mad, cause that's why they're in your feelings. Don't none of these bars have a multifaceted layer within a life structure, period. The majority of them don't. That's why they always bored and want you to entertain. Entertain me. I'm not no monkey. I'm not no clown. I'm not going to entertain you. Get within your thought. Figure out what you need to do to entertain yourself. That's what we do every day. We don't walk around going up to them, entertain me. I'm bored. We don't do that, but they do. I just realized that when you said that. They're not multifaceted. This is why they're angry. And this is why they don't like it. Because they see us doing clubs like you said, Charles. They flock to whatever parties we go. Do we flock to their parties? No. Those parties are boring.
Here's my thing. That's why I always dated a lot of athletic chicks because they're fun. Guess what?
The athletic kids get
Have,
it.
have you and ABM ever seen me run from a debate in the last fucking 11, 12 years I've been in this space?
Never. Nope. Ain't gonna happen.
There's stuff that I disagree with BGS about. Very little,
Yep.
but there's. But guess what? Do we all keep it in good faith in nature?
Yep.
Oh, you just a BGS drone. I
Been
give the
been a witness to most
biggest
of
put
it.
in this space. I go out and see if his shit is factual, actual.
I've literally put some of his theories to the test. Put it 50 ground.
There's a reason why I call it Black Minds. I need somebody to put this that I actually own. The motto of Black Lion is the pride of protection with the protection of the pride. You like that double entendre, don't you?
Catchy. It was.
The pride of protection with the protection of the pride.
Twofold.
That's the reason why a lion may not be as big and strong as a tiger, but he's a way better fighter and tactician. Have you noticed that if you get a male lion and a female tigress, they make a liger, and that
Mm-hmm.
liger is the biggest cat ever? There's something called the American lion, the largest known cat species ever. It was 30 to 50% bigger than a tiger. That motherfucker ruled North America. That motherfucker ruled. Anything
Y'all better thank God it wouldn't speak too.
I teach young men that everything around you is supposed to be prey unless you become it yourself.
A woman to hear you say that and she'll be appalled. And she don't even know Paul.
This is the funniest part. Me and BGS don't agree with gun control. That doesn't make him wrong in his thoughts and not and wrong in mine either. It's just different ideologies. But statistically, when people had guns, guess what? You had a safer community because guess what? You go run up on grandma when she's coming from the market and she wake your ass up with a 38 special.
Put some hot lead on your tail.
When you
You
get
know, take fire.
hit with a fucking a sickness called high velocity lead poisoning,
Fatal, instant
well,
fatality.
why I don't agree with Dr. L when talking about professionalizing the space. This is for all the black men who are free thinker and productive. The
Mm-hmm.
beauty about this space is that we learn something, whether intentional or unintentional, right? And I'm going to say this, and this is one of the few times you're going to really hear me pontificate. Well, no, that's not lying. I'm always pontificating. But we have to learn the lessons of Dr. King and brother Malik El Shabazz, aka Malcolm X. When you're the face of the fucking of a fucking organization, everybody cuts the head of the snake and the body dies. What happens when you're a conglomerate of many different factions and organizations that meet under an umbrella? If one person goes, the space doesn't die. What happened when Brother Kevin Samuels passed? Did the space die or did it grow?
It grew and we got stronger.
Think about it. You got the same 24 hours as Michael Jackson and Kevin Samuels, and there's people out there still choosing to be a nobody.
Mm.
Between Electrician 480 and ABM, we could literally give courses on how to be an electrician. Start you off as a fucking what do they call it when you start off an
Apprentice.
apprentice? Yeah,
They call them apprentice.
we got guys trying to get their CDLs. We could get you and a couple other people, you, Mister Meach, and a couple other brothers. If somebody wants to go into law enforcement, you got Dr. L and you got me. We are so multifaceted that it doesn't make a goddamn sense. And thank you, Laws, for telling me about Dr. T's stream about blue leashing and how I opened up people's eyes. Some of the biggest victims of blue leashing are the police.
Yeah, you was on that panel too with me. Yeah, that was a good panel, and that needed to be said and be heard. And that was the first time I heard it. And when they were talking about it, it hit me so hard. I was like, man, I've been a victim of this in three different areas of it. I'm like, shit. Yeah, I've been. Uh, they they have used me as a proxy. I have been. I had my mother unleash them on me, and and then I've been in the world dealing with this as we speak.
You have. That's why I'm gonna be happy as shit when Lost becomes a military officer. Go get your dreams. I told him, man, I will knuckle up with you if you go enlisted. With a computer science, man, we will fight like a goddamn 12 o'clock kung fu theater, black belt masterpiece. We will fight like a if you fucking be enlisted with a degree like that. You literally
Oh,
got to.
he already has his degree.
He has a computer science degree.
Oh,
You go.
he can go and sign up, and they gotta treat him like an officer because he's got a degree. All he got
Mm-hmm,
to do is declare it. He's gonna be an officer. But no,
mm-hmm.
yeah, you're right. He better not ever go in there and just enlist as a regular Joe Smoke like you or me.
We
No,
will
you
catch.
got a degree under your belt.
We will catch a flight so quick. I could
Yeah,
actually put.
listen to Officer Faulkner. Listen to him. He knows best.
I could actually put you on with some places. See, one of the best fucking ROTCs in Maryland is actually Morgan and Cop and Bear Battalion. You can go to Johns Hopkins and do theirs, Howard's. When you come to Maryland, people don't understand the secret of Maryland is that you have so many HBCUs that are known.
In that little bitty area.
From Howard in DC to Morgan and Coppin in Baltimore. And I went to Coppin for a year and a half. I was a part of Bear Battalion. If I would have took it seriously, I'd have been a lieutenant or higher.
Lieutenant Kaufman.
Hell, maybe like just like you had. Remember that guy, ABM? Oh, would you go fight? Nigga, I already fought.
Nigga, you asking me a redundant question.
I'm 60% service connected disabled. What the fuck? I fought. I fought in some of the most dangerous shit you could think of. We rescued Marines out of Fallujah, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, getting snipers trying to pin us down. But we made it out that bitch.
No, Charles, the better question would have been, have you served?
And he said no. And I told him, what consequence are you to me? That's like me telling you or ABM, oh, why don't you get married and raise kids? Nigga, we done that. They done that.
We got them t-shirts.
Are you a good father? See, I don't answer that. Look at you don't judge a tree by just its bark, but you also judge it by the fruit it bears. Go ask my son. Go ask my son.
He graduated already. Charles,
No, he graduated here.
this year? Okay, yeah, because my daughter graduated
Goes to his prom.
2 years ago.
He goes to his prom in 3 weeks.
Not with that girl, I hope. That
No,
first girl.
dumped that girl a long time ago, back in 9th grade. When me and him had that sit down talk.
Yeah.
Black men don't sit down and talk to their kids. I forgot.
And I know you fed him some of them lines from Proverbs, from a wise man, the wisdom part. You gotta have wisdom. You gotta listen to your father.
Have you ever looked in the face of age? Have you ever lent your ear to what an old man say? 'Cause
Mm.
every generation of us lie. See, people don't realize that shit. A father's job is to protect his children, to guide his children when they become older, and to protect the image of the children, and then prepare the children for his death. See, people forget the esoteric knowledge that Black Panther had when his father spoke. And his father said, first and foremost, a father's job is to prepare his son for his death to take over. Look at like him, hate him, or be indifferent. Look at Trump's kids. They got hella shoes to fill, don't they?
Oh yeah. He will fuck you up so much.
Look at what happens with look at what happens with some people. You want to talk about build a better black man? Why don't you have your sons listen to our information with your sons, mamas, and see if we're telling the truth? Matter of fact,
That
some of you need to just back out the room and let your son listen to it, and let your son get on the panel and ask questions.
mm-hmm.
I'm 17 years old and I'm trying to figure out my life. What do you like to do, son? What's your dreams? What's your aspirations? What's your goals? But nobody ever asked that. The fucking Obama girls are more likely to marry Barron Trump than Chris Brown.
Hmm.
People always thought that the Bushes and Obamas were enemies. No, they're the best of friends. They're basically cousins, historically. Did you know every president is related to an English king except one, and that's Trump? So in some form of nature, we kind of had a faux monarchy anyway. Now, one time, did you ever see Michelle Obama and George W. ever have a bad meeting? As a matter of fact, they're hugging and smiling every time they see each other.
Yeah, he can't get enough of that brown sugar, babe.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Who the hell is Pimp God?
He's a content creator, esoteric and seduction stuff about women, and him God knows his shit, just like cousin Tito. Because one thing I found out when I came to this space, a lot of dudes are very ignorant about women,
Hmm.
and I had to humble myself when Black Guru told me. He said, "Well, Charles, compared to a lot of dudes, you lived 4 lifetimes." I had to learn how to get my confidence the hard way. Rejection. We're talking
The
about
Bill's killer.
just rejection. Hell, I was me and my shout out to go ahead.
No, I was going to say it ain't no real secret to women.
Mm-mm.
Make them comfortable. Just have them come. Women like comfort. Keep your house clean and shit, so they can be relaxed when they come over. And just, I mean, just know your boundaries.
Mm-hmm. Always keep yourself set.
Because most women ain't gonna find you attractive.
Mm-mm.
So if a woman is in your presence, I mean, so right then and there, that lets you know she find you attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah,
it's just basically don't fuck it up.
yeah. Don't talk yourself out of the pussy, as we used to say.
And she's only going to do with like anything else, like anybody else. They're only going to do what you allow them to do.
When you
Yep.
stand on your 2 and 10 toes, there's women who hate what I be saying, but I tell them prove me wrong.
She's only going to extract from you what you allow her to extract from you.
Yeah, you ain't gotta spend money to go out with a chick because guess what? Oh nigga, and somebody need to put this in the fucking chat for time immemorial. No nigga a chick wanted to fuck, he ever had to put up a lot of shit to do.
Understand this. When women like you, they don't talk about money.
Mm-mm.
Never do.
If this chick is in your face and she's telling you all this, well, you got to do this, 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 and this. She don't really like you.
Nope.
Any
Preach.
woman start off demanding, you know, right then off the bat,
Understand that. Once you
you
start understanding that, it's smooth sailing. That's where I
I got
disagree with SWP. He always talk that money shit, and I'm sorry, I disagree.
you.
When women like you, they don't talk money. Dawg, why do you think these bras get out here and get pregnant by the bums they get pregnant by? When they like you, they not talking about no especially black women. Black women don't care about no fucking money. That shit is internet shit. That's just shit to sound cool on the internet. When black women like you, they are not thinking about no fucking money.
Nope.
Yeah, they'll take a Gucci bag if you're gonna bomb one, but really, they not looking for that shit. They don't expect you to have shit.
Let me tell you this way. Why do you so got broke baby daddies? Because if a chick wants you, she'll She'll move heaven and earth for you. I want you to think about it. Right? Meg the Stallion had to be a celebrity rapper to get a Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson could be broke as shit with the same look, same height, same build he has now, and Meg would pay money to be with that nigga.
He's not worthy.
How many times do you hear the stories about some black chick? She's sending the dude in jail money.
Mm-hmm. Tennis,
She
Oh,
keep, she keeping him fresh. He in prison. He's in jail. She buying him clothes and shit in jail.
working two
Sending him a
jobs.
phone. Send him packages every month and shit like that. That's what women do when they like you.
women want you. Let me put it to you this way. I stopped counting stats from women a long time ago. Baby, baby, can you know how many women came over my house I never touched, washed my dishes, and mopped my floors? We're gonna talk about some real G shit, some real pimp shit. A female automatically gets protection from you because you exist. Am I
And
lying?
especially and especially the under 30 crowd. Under 30 chicks, dog, all they want is somewhere to crash on a Friday night or Saturday night.
And if you got your own place, you got a weekend extravaganza. That's why I told you.
You got your place, you got some wheels, you in there.
You got some liquor,
All you
you
gotta
got
do, honestly, is sit by and wait for the phone to ring. Honestly,
some
let them
smoke.
other niggas, let them other niggas buy her drinks in the club. That's what I used to do.
Yeah.
I used to have my Friday nights. Man, my Friday nights was like clockwork. I look at the clock, it's like 1:30. I'm like, okay, phone about to start ringing soon.
She horny as shit. Little
Other
late.
niggas bought the drinks. Other niggas did all that. I ain't do any of that. All I did was wait by the phone.
That was a damn good
Their
question.
friends drop them off. You know what I mean? She come over, she already liquored up. Bang, go to sleep. I drop off in the morning. That was my Friday. That was my weekend. Ain't no big secret to women. Women get complicated when they get older because they start getting desperate and they got more baggage. Young chicks ain't complicated because they don't really want shit. The best advice you can give a young dude coming up is stop chasing pussy so fucking much. That's what you never heard coming up in the 90s, in the 2000s. You never heard that. Because chicks ain't nothing but a damn distraction.
Always has been, always will be. In the time.
Ain't a whole lot to getting with chicks. Everybody should already know where you rank when it come to women. You know what I mean? Most women are not going to be attracted to you. You know what I'm saying? Most men are average. Some men do a little better than others. That's the upper echelon dude. As far as looks is concerned, we ain't talking about money.
Let's look at it. Because let me tell you what. There's only slight disagreements I have with that. Most chicks are attracted to you. They just don't want to admit it.
Yep.
Because once they admit attraction, guess what? They lose power.
The reason why I say that is because women fuck types of men.
Yep.
Men are different. Most men will fuck whatever lets them fuck them.
Because most
This
men
is
have
why
a
we talk about black men the way we do over here. Black men are the garbage men of the dating community. This is
yeah.
why you
Yep.
get these dudes out here with broads twice their size.
Mm-hmm.
Most men fuck what allows them to fuck them. Then you have your upper echelon, you know what I mean, men who they can be more selective with who they bang. Most men really can't do that.
Nah.
Women have types. You got to be a certain height, certain build, certain look, certain shape. You know what I'm saying? Is you light skinned? Is he dark skinned? Does he have a big beard? That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of shit women be on.
Yeah. And the craziest thing about it is when a man builds his confidence when he's with, he can nullify all that shit by look like, baby, are you hitting the streets or the sheets? When you had the ability to tell a bitch, hey, you could go home and I could call somebody over faster than Domino's can deliver. Like, I want to know if you fellas in the panel and chat agree with me. Is it like black men afraid to utilize that power when it comes to women?
Some of them don't even know they got that power, Charles.
Say that again for the niggas in the back.
Some of them don't even know they got that power. Think about it. You had to have a dad or a grandfather to help show you what that power was. A lot of these boys, these young men, they never had fathers. So how could you expect them to know what their superpower is and untap it and unleash it when they don't know it? They have to find their way and get it through the streets in different avenues.
Because I swear to God, the more ABM talks, the more me and ABM like, yo, you're like a brother from another mother because I was on the same shit. Oh, you went to your homegirl's bridal shower? Oh, come on in. I know you're drunk and horny watching all them strippers. You take full advantage. You agree to this, don't you, baby? Yeah. And you give them good dick so good that they come back the next morning to get another session because they couldn't believe how good it was.
But thought you played a trick on 'em. Mhm.
When you
Let me
actually
try this again.
shout out to Toya for saying this, and she agreed when I said it, and she even emphasized it. Black men need to have some audacity.
Gall, gumption,
Some guys,
intestinal fortitude.
you walk around like you walk this land like you run this, man.
He gave you dominion over everything large and small, big and small. Why not take advantage?
hmm You got see, a pimp is a regulator, okay?
Hmm.
A pimp is a regulator. Most motherfuckers don't understand that. You regulate shit. Meaning, if I give an order, and yes, it could be an order, because why? If I give an order to a chick, you can call it whatever you want, but basically that's what it is. It's an order. It's a setting the tone. Just like when a chick asks for me to do something, and I'm over her house, I don't mind doing it. But depending on how you act and how you treat me, is that will I come out of my house to do it versus me being already in your house doing it? And that says a lot right there.
Hmm.
Because you should feel special if I come out of my house at 2 o'clock in the morning to help you out when your tire's out coming from work or wherever, versus me saying, just call AAA.
But basically, what he's saying is, be great.
Be grateful. And this is where a lot of chicks think. Because here's the crazy part. Many of men lose time, effort, energy chasing pussy. But no man ever lost women chasing money. A lot of men don't even know there's one secret. Never be too available. Sometimes when you like a chick, be a little standoffish. Take a day or two to call her back. Why? Because you teaching her to appreciate your time. You teaching her, well, what makes you so special? Baby girl, I don't call you in 2 days. You'll find out. Like that one song, that's not your nigga, that's not your nigga, that's not your nigga, that's not your nigga. Oh, trust me, I can make a remix of that. That's not your bitch. That's not your bitch. She's right around watching niggas on Twitch. She gonna be around acting like a bitch. If you don't do that, she's gonna hit that switch. Mhm. Trust me. You telling me straight up. Y'all gotta remember, John Wick lived in a nice place, didn't he?
Yep.
It wasn't John Wick's wife, was it? It's because he had to do some dirty shit. I tell a lot of motherfuckers there, if you look at John Wick 1, he was depressed about his wife leaving him. Find me a wife that I could go and I could see it passes and I'm feeling that way. See, a lot of women don't endear themselves to men, and that's the coaching part that I've coached women on. When you get 50 and 60 and you see your homegirls at Christmas time with their families, their grandkids, husbands, their daughters, their son-in-laws, their daughter-in-laws, their sons, that's joy. That dog, that Shih Tzu, and those red bottoms are not going to mourn you when you're sick. Are not going to mourn you when you pass to the great beyond.
And I ain't never seen a U-Haul truck go behind a hearse.
Never did.
Never will.
But guess what? When my grandfather passed, he passed as a great great grandfather. He's accomplished more with a great education than most people with a fucking doctorate, and still was a man. He outlived generations. That motherfucker's older than World War II and lived to see a black president and beyond. But we worried about simple shit. What's your legacy, black man? What's your title? I remember one of the Padawans say, how can you call people legendary wrestlers? Number one, could you beat them? Number two, could you do what they did? Even if you go by the districts, I'm what, 12 or 14 and 0. No man has ever beaten me in that tournament. That's legendary in itself. How many guys you know, only 2 years in the sport, get invited overseas and go 6-1 and get a bronze medal? How many motherfuckers? Only 2 years within a sport. at that time.
Unheld.
That's what's legendary.
Yep.
See, the reason why you young motherfuckers think LeBron is better than Jordan. Well, he got the most points in NBA history. He's been there since God created Adam. You supposed, I'm not saying he's not great, but if he's better than Jordan, no. There's a reason why we still wear a pair of his shoes called flu games.
Space Jams.
Space
I like
Jam.
Space Jam.
Oh, the Space Jams, the got games. You're so legendary. You're fucking they're close points. When he asked me, I asked him, I said, at 170 pounds, how many motherfuckers you see hit switches? Nobody. That's why I'm legendary. Because I was doing moves that 120, 130 pound wrestlers would hit. I'm 40 pounds heavy, smooth with it, mean with it. I'm the reason why the rules changed because we were so fucking aggressive. I'll cross face your ass till I wouldn't be happy till I see teeth marks in my fucking forearm. I wouldn't be happy till your nose is crooked. People see the nice, jovial, joking side of Charles, the relaxed side, but not a lot of people remember the competitive side. He was a monster. He was the god of war. You had to prove to me that you were good, that you were great, you were immaculate. Killer Instinct, remember? What was Kobe's biggest knock?
Other than he was a Jordan copycat.
No, his big knock is that he couldn't win one without fucking Shaq.
Till he got some with that set. I couldn't say that anymore.
How many did he win without Shaq?
2.
2.
That
He
burned
got
Shaq.
2 of them.
Were you allowed to hydrate after your pre? Yeah, you were, but I was so motivated I didn't touch water because I might have took a swig. I rarely did. Hell, you train your body any combat sport to go with as least amount as you can. Why? Because once your body gets that liquid, it maximizes the effects. One, if I'm used to being hot, like we trained with sweats, the only skin you would see is our hands and our face because we would have hoodies. So if I'm used to that type of heat training and I'm in a single lap when I'm competing, guess what that meant? That meant my body naturally knew how to cool itself down and take care of the overheating process. So guess what? We rarely got anything to drink or water bottle during the match, even if there was a break. So that other guy, he's failing, he's falling, and I'm just getting my second win. That's what makes a monster. A monster is a person who maximizes bad times. How many motherfuckers can put 60 points against 6 fucking Hall of Famers, even in a losing effort? Well, he lost to Larry Bird. Yeah, the 6 Hall of Famers on the starting 5. Even the nigga on the bench was a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
But you put 60. How many motherfuckers today can do that? We're not talking about bad teams. We're talking about Hall of Famers, nigga. Whole team of Hall of Famers. Not stat pad. Put up a fucking effort. This is why
That
This
wasn't a dream team.
is why one of my favorite MMA fighters of all time is Randy Couture. Where did he duck? He took on Brock Lesnar, Um, fuck, who he took on Brock Lesnar, Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz, Josh Koscheck, not Josh Koscheck. What's his name? The baby assassin. He took on Mari Smith. He took on legends. He took on Big Nog. He took on everybody that you could go against that was elite in the light heavyweight and heavyweight division. And he still holds the record for 6 UFC titles in 3 weight classes. He may not have the greatest of record, even though he does have a winning record. But what smoke did he duck?
That
Look
don't
at him.
sound like a smoke sucker to me.
Win, lose, or draw. What smoke did he duck? In many of those fights, he was outweighed by 40, 50 pounds in the heavyweight division. He's never been over
Had,
two. The heaviest.
had no business fighting them dudes.
Imagine you in a cage fight and you take a 290-pound Brock Lesnar, you got him in a high crotch walking with him off his feet. No duck and smoke. Win, lose, or draw. No duck and smoke. When did you ever hear Ray Lewis duck smoke? Ed Reed. Hell, got to give credit to Tom Brady. How many times he took a hit? As much as I hate the Steelers, what did you ever hear about Hines Ward ducking smoke? Debo. What's the Samoan cat, the safety? Palamalu. What did he duck smoke? Why do you think some of the best NFL games you'll ever see were Ravens versus Steelers? Nobody was ducking smoke. Fuck what the fuck did Terrell Suggs or Haloti Nada duck smoke? And both of them motherfuckers need to be in the Hall of Fame, and they will be soon. A lot of people don't know. Did you know that Terrell Suggs is like top 8 sacks all time? See, that's the shit that a lot of black men don't understand. A lot of black men got scared of ducking smoke. I don't want to get my degree. I don't want to get my trade. What people gonna think about me? Fuck the motherfuckers. Fuck the motherfuckers.
I can't even fathom that stuff. I'm 52 years old, and I can't even fathom what another man thinks about me or a thought. I mean, to have a mindset like that. I mean, as a young man, I didn't have thoughts like that. I went my own way. I thought my own way, and I walked my own way. Wasn't no man finna leave me astray. Why? Because I had a male figure in my life, all my life. I was 25. So, nah, I don't know that feeling. I cannot relate.
There were times I got on that damn mat and my teeth rattled. There have been times I went up there and I told people, look, I want you to think about this. We'll make jokes about Joe Jackson, but how many of his children are millionaires? How many kids did Joe have?
Like 7, 8,
And how many are not millionaires?
maybe one,
All,
two.
all of them. People talk about, well, Joe was heavy-handed. That's called a father. Fathers are not mothers.
They're
Okay?
not supposed to be so. Supposed to be
When,
stern and to the point and frank about everything.
when me and my son was about to mount this 75-inch TV on my bedroom wall, luckily we were right there because the fucking drywall screws, them cheap motherfuckers, didn't hold. We caught that bitch and we put the legs on it, put it on my fucking dresser. Fuck it. Guess what I did? Broke it. I gave him my 42-inch. My son may complain about me when I ask him to make fish, but guess what I'm training my son to do?
Cook, take care of stuff.
I'm making him, teaching him how to cook. And he makes some damn good fish now, either fried or baked. I even showed him how to make baked fish in foil. Hold on. I'm back. I even showed him my secret how to make fish foil in the foil and put them in the oven. Even he said, I never thought about that. Yep, that's how you grill them too. Wait till I show you how to put some lemon juice in there and cut some lemons off, some Old Bay and lemon pepper in that bitch. It'd be the best goddamn fish you ever had. Why? Because you're gonna have faith in yourself to take care of yourself. He's going to drive. He just passed his driving school. He's gonna get his permit. That's what we're gonna do in the parking lot. We're gonna test him to see if he could drive. And once I find out he's ready, we're gonna go to the open road. There's another subject I think that we need to talk about, fellas, since everybody's here above the age of 40. We got to talk about, what do you think about this subject I'm about to bring up? Black man, protect your reputation. Go for it.
Guard it with your life. Guard your reputation with your life. Every day, your reputation is on the line.
What's the old saying? If you don't stand for anything, you'll what?
Fall for everything.
And I think that's the greatest failure of black men. Think about it. Most of these dudes, young dudes, want to pull a gun on somebody. What happens if you get a guy who grabs your gun and pulls it to his fucking forehead?
Bad things.
But you don't notice that there's 12 motherfuckers pointing guns at you. You don't notice the motherfucker who got a Bowie knife to your throat behind you. Go look at the movie on John Wick. What did that man wanted more than anything in that whole movie?
To be left alone in peace, and he didn't want nobody messing with his dog.
Yep. You killed the man's dog and stole his car. The last thing he had about his wife. And you took that away from him. There are some dangerous motherfuckers on earth you just leave the fuck alone.
But you didn't like the fact all that smoke came to you from him. Like, yo, what? You poked the hornet's nest, and you don't think the hornet ain't gonna come out?
What happened when the first John Wick movie, when his father punched his son?
You unleashed the boogeyman, fool, and we all gotta pay. He knew. His
You
father knew.
don't even understand. That's the reason why men are respectful. If I came to Texas with my rifle and gun, number one, it's gonna be like a car show. Hey, can I see that? Yo, that's some slick shit. When I go to North Carolina and my great aunt saw my gun, she said, "Oh, that is nice," and she pulled out her 44 Magnum from her hip, chrome. I do that in Baltimore. People screaming like a bunch of sissies. I remember one time I was at the harbor at my spot, and I'm playing some music, and you had these YNs across the way saying, "Shut that shit off." I paused my music because they think they did I didn't hear them. And you know what I responded with them? I said, "Do me a God-given favor, make me." You know what happened after that? They shut the fuck up because in their brains they were like, "Oh shit, this nigga on one." Said, "Bring all your boys, and make me." I ain't gotta be no threats. Make me. And guess what I did? Went back to my cigar, my drink, and my music.
Yes, you did.
I don't get no bothers. Come make me, motherfucker.
All you got to do ain't nothing but space and opportunity.
Come over. One of my nice collections besides guns. Next Wednesday I pick up a 9mm. And I'm gonna just tell them, come make me. See, the problem it is that black women want you to play sheriff with their sons after you spent 14, 15, 16 years ruining them. When if you and that man couldn't make it, guess what? Even my ex, and I told her about her ex, you didn't marry. I said, I'm gonna say this till time immemorial. You didn't marry motherfucker because of his intellectual prowess. Yeah, he's gonna say stupid shit. Yeah, he's gonna still want you because he knows when he lost the best of that he had. See, when a woman, when a man leaves want to get back with a woman, that's because he misses the beautiful times he had. When a woman wants to get back with a man, is because she failed to replace him. That's Eric shit for your ass.
Yep.
Don't be aware. Don't be afraid. Panel and chat. Ask any question you want. In chat, ask a question. I love the participation. That's why I like to go with respect. I don't want to be the smartest guy in the room all the time. I want to learn from the people I'm with. If ABO came up here and he taught me something, I will forever be grateful. Hopefully, there's shit that I could teach him, or AF, or loss. Intellectual promise should be reciprocated.
Yep. We got a lot of wisdom up here if y'all want it. Old ends do know something. We do know something.
There's times, like I tell people, you got to rebuild. This is my personal belief, my personal thought. If you want to make the black community better, you got to reestablish the warrior class because that's the quickest way to the elite class. Did you know that every fucking history that we had as mankind, we always had a warrior class? And that warrior class, after giving so much time in service or after sustaining injury, they were given a pension for life. the VA disability is not the first time in history, okay? I'm glad I put you on with some good shit with that SWAT book. I'm gonna break this fucking smoke alarm. But I shouldn't, because guess what? The smoke alarm is actually doing its job, so I can't be mad at it. I just gotta put it under several pillows while I'm smoking with you fellas.
Oh, I thought you just couldn't cook. I thought that's what that was.
I can cook my ass off. That's why I can't leave. That's why some bitches always come over. When I made classic lasagna, man, that bitch, one bitch took about three hits of that shit, and she took a plate to go home. I didn't know you could cook. You never asked. You should get to know me. Trust me, you're gonna like that SWAT book. It's a good read on how to organize shit, how to organize a team, how to pick a team. When you want a tactical team, and I'm glad you won that shit. When you want a tactical team, I could train you to be an athletic beast. I could train you to be faster, stronger, have endurance. But what I can't train you is how to think. That's the ultimate training. You got to be a thinker. If you're a person who's capable of thinking and capable of making decisions, split decision, I'm going to ask you that, AL and ABM. How many times have y'all been in y'all professions? Because guess what? Being a truck driver and being an electrician is a fucking profession that we still need to this day. How many times did you have to think out of the box? You had to go outside of the textbook.
Every single day.
What's the largest load you had to travel with?
Wow, I averaged 80,000 pounds on my backside as a norm. I'm gonna tote the legal weight.
And what's the average speed you go?
I'm not going no harder than 55 because I don't want to die for the
Exactly.
simple fact. I seen fools out there. Let me push it 75, 85, 95. The only thing supposed to be going 110 miles an hour down the road is a cattle truck. Period, point blank.
Because guess what? Your ass ain't trying to jackknife. And plus, you had to be so smart in your head that you would have, like, look, I this much time at this much distance at this speed to go to a complete stop.
Yep.
I need
I
this
seen
much.
trucks that head through people. Literally go through them because they don't have enough stopping distance. People want to get in the middle of it. Oh, I got enough space. Yeah, enough space for you, not enough space for him.
Only a fool, only a fool will try will tempt fate. Only a fool will tempt fate. Just like
Got
when
a lot of
one,
fools in banking.
just like one day, I might talk about everyday carry. Why not let the why in the words of my other fellow Baltimorean, may he rest in peace, paradise of power, Reginald F. Lewis. Why should white boys have all the fun
Oh no.
about it? I got it as a police officer. I carry more than the average soldier. I think that a man should be able to carry three magazines, not including the one that's already in the weapon. I think a man should carry a knife that's always sharpened. You should not. Your fighting knife should not be your utility knife. Do you know the reasons why? Because
Educated.
because when you need that combat knife, it should always be sharp to the fucking teeth.
Hey Charles, I saw a video the other day. It was a cop. He fucking accidentally dropped his mag out the pistol twice when he was in a shootout.
Yeah, yeah. You know a good cure for
Fucking
that?
twice.
So guess what you told me? He never took the magazine, and I bet you 9 out of 10 he never cleaned his weapon on a regular. He never oiled them. So you telling me you never safety check to make sure your magazine is secured? All you got to do is pull on the bitch. Also, all you need.
That's what I be wanting to do, man. I be wanting to try to like practice quick quick draw from the holster, but I be scared, man. I don't want to accidentally shoot myself. Every
Yeah,
time I think I got the courage, man, I be like, nah, fuck that.
and there's guys. There's times where I got friends at Free State shooting range where they want me to they want me to do the testing for the holster, even though it's not like I couldn't pull a gun from a holstered fucking weapon for like 20 years. It's not like I haven't done it for so goddamn long. And that's I think why can't we actually do that as black men? Why can't we do that as black men? Why can't we do firearms training? Why can't we do hand to hand combat? Why can't we talk about everyday carry? I'm gonna tell you what's one of the most amazing things about that, Ray. You see some of the most athletic motherfuckers on earth running with that fucking gun belt on. And they're doing NFL numbers with a gun belt on and a vest and work boots. Think about it. I think a lot of people, and I'm surprised I'm gonna say this name, but these motherfuckers ought to give me a sponsorship. Go to Safe Life Defense and get you a outer gun belt. Get you a magazine pouch. Get you a set of fucking tourniquets. Get cool with a couple of them redneck white boys or them redneck black kids or them country ass black folks. Pay a couple of dollars when you go to the country or somewhere where there's enough space to fucking shoot outdoors and learn how to shoot. Because guess what? You never know that you might have to go and you might have to put on that gun belt to go save some kids in a school. You saw what happened in Uvalde. I'm not gonna say that
Yeah.
I'm the baddest motherfucker, but I'd be damned if I got an AR-15 and a fucking sidearm. I'm not going in that bitch. Most likely, I'm probably going there with just a fucking handgun.
Mm.
As long as I can keep that motherfucker pinned down in that motherfucker, all I need is some. If a tactical team come behind me, at least we know we got the motherfucker pinned down. But we're not supposed to have black men speak on that shit. We supposed to talk just about Keisha politics. We're not supposed to talk about how black men should service their own vehicles. We're not supposed to talk about how black men should get check their testosterone and their fucking blood pressure. We're not supposed to talk about that because a black man with substance is a nobody in our community. On a side note, I'm watching this John Wick movie. It's a damn shame they never got William Dafoe to play the Joker.
Structure, he has a face for it.
Yeah, he does. Why can't black men talk about how to get your CDLs? Especially black men coming out of prison who wants to start anew for their life and make good money for their family.
They
Why can't?
can, but you got them in a chokehold. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Why can't Charles Faulkner be the mayor of Baltimore and start a new program? Guess what? You're gonna have to be on good behavior if you want to go to college. If you want college credits, you're gonna have to be on good behavior if you want to trade. You're gonna have to renounce that street and that gang life if you want the help that you want. See, notice I'm not afraid to talk about how to make a better black man. I'm not afraid to talk about that shit. If you want law enforcement, why not talk to me? If you want to go to the military, why not talk to me? I got a nephew who just got out. I got two cousins, one in Japan and one in Germany. ABM, would you be kind enough to show somebody the ins and outs on how to be a electrician if they're serious? Hell, I even think there should be proper etiquette when it comes to liquor. There should be proper etiquette when it comes to smoking weed or cigars. That
Moderation is everything.
Thank you. Whatever happened? Whatever happened to being a proper black man?
What your boy just say a while ago, you got a stranglehold on.
Why should we have to be proper black men? Because your mama failed you for having a black man in the house daily for you to emulate. I like my son's current girlfriend. When she did something wrong, you know what she did? She knocked on my bedroom door to apologize. How the hell you pulled a teacher's daughter? You must be a nice nigga, huh? What does that say about my son?
Mm.
If the teacher accepts their relationship. Another side note, I wish that I could go to some of the places John Wick went to go see some of the weapons he gets. I would faint. No, I would
That
love
one
it.
room, that one room that they had in the John Wick where he was selecting guns, it was set up like a cigar lounge.
Hmm.
It was so player.
I was like, good God Almighty, I wish that was me. I could go there and see. Give me some stone sharpened knives that could cut through fucking air. And you in another dimension. That's how sharp them motherfuckers are. I'm actually happy for that dude because Wonder Man was actually a good series. Yes, you're right, LEPD SWAT. Teach basic tactic operations. Teach vehicle basic first aid, land navigation. how to take a map and a protractor. You know, we talking our age right now, protractor, and how to get from point A to point B and then C. See, the problem is for black men, on a large contingency, is that you let racism hinder you instead of going outside your place of comfort and learning different shit about different fucking cultures and how to blend the fuck in. How to build what? It starts with an N, network. Imagine if I took a job to do secure bodyguard somebody or executive protection in a foreign country that could give me a weapon or three. That's an asset. Why not try to get somebody who can actually give me the papers from, and you're one of the few people who can carry in England because they have a total gun ban. Know the fact that when you wear a vest, you're supposed to wear suspenders. Know the difference between casual and business casual and formal when you dress. Think about it. I guess I'm an old man now because I don't believe that you should go to prom in tennis shoes. Because you know what proms were originally for? They were for etiquette training for the real world. How you took tea classes, formal dinners, and how to dress and conduct yourself in the business world. I don't believe that a girl should be scantily dressed for her prom because I'm going to look very, trust me. My son said, well, his girlfriend's going. Guess what I'm going to look at more so? Not my son, I'm going to look at her. Don't dress like a lady. Well, Charles, you're so strict. Well, guess what? Strictness and guidelines save lives. If you look at Keanu Reeves' John Wick, how did John Wick dress?
Black, black blazer, white shirt, black tie.
If he was walking down the street, would he look like an assassin to you? No. He fit the role of whatever the job needed. And if you ever noticed through the movie, was he dealing with street level people or high level aristocratic people?
He was doing everything.
Yeah, he could fit. There was no fucking genre of life he couldn't blend in with. You know what? I might need to start a Patreon and actually review the John Wick movies and show you when it came to executive protection and stuff like that, what went right and what went wrong. For example, I don't give a fuck about DEI. I give a fuck about effectiveness. You should not have a 5'6" or 5'5" woman protecting a 6'3" president, should you?
No.
Because yes, I should be big and strong enough to actually overpower you to throw you in that fucking limo and get the fuck out. He shouldn't have been able to stand back up. Why? Because you make yourself an open target again. Yes, they're probably going to make statues and pictures over that fucking shit. But guess what? That's bad protocol. Well, you say women can't protect? Not if you can't overpower your fucking protectee. Not if you can't put them on the ground and cover your body with them.
What kills me is why a woman would want to take a job like that.
Think about it. When Kevin Nash did his cameo in John Wick, and he said, "Hello, Francis, Mr. Wick. Take the night off. I think you should take the night off, Francis. Thank you, Mr. Wick." Meaning that he had decorum and respect for people, that he didn't just outright kill you. He wasn't a monster. He was a surgeon. He wasn't a bat. Like, there are some people in the world that you just don't fuck with. That's the one thing people don't understand. That tells you the hubris of Wes Moore, who's a fucking habitual liar. Well, I received a bronze medal, a bronze star. No, you didn't. You're an officer. What fucking heavy shit did you do? A bronze star is for heroism. Like a silver star is even greater heroism. You lied about being from Baltimore. You lied about, no, you're upper crust. You look down upon people in Baltimore. You go walking in Park Heights when you had all the sheriff's deputies, your fucking executive protection unit from the state police, Baltimore police, that cleared that block out like nothing before. But what happens when
What
you
people
mayor and Mr. Governor and people still got to deal with the fucking crime and insidious nature of Park Heights? I have a strange belief or knowledge that any fucking elected official that restricts your abilities to protect yourself is only making you a victim.
mm,
Correct me if I'm wrong, ABL. There are some counties in Texas that you will get fined for not having a firearm with you.
no, they won't find you. I mean, they allow you to be what is it, naked and afraid. They want that, but when they see you with the gun, they they not so likely to respect the fact that you know your rights. They go try to question you all day, but when you start rattling off what you know and what you protected, which is yourself, they get up off of that.
That's the reason I'm one of the few black manosphere content creators that talk about that. Just like the other time I fucking reviewed FD Signifier and how erroneous he was in his judgment of do we need the police. Nigga, do you live in an urban environment?
No, he doesn't.
So you
And another thing about FD Signifier, because all he's doing is piggybacking off Mont Lamont Hill. But these dudes never get around to the part where you say what to do with criminals.
yeah,
What do you do with crime itself? So, what? As in the video, he says, "Well, I'm not saying, totally get away with the prison system." Okay, so what exactly are you saying? Why don't you lay it out? What crimes should people go to prison for? Exactly.
but if you ask a guy like me, what should we do with crime? I could give it to you in a formatted subject. Hell, some of the shit I might still have on PDF. I think crime face to face. When people say, "Hey, you should try to get an interview with Brandon Tatum," you know what that would be difficult?
You breaking up, Charles?
I said, you know why it'd be hard to get an interview with Brandon Tatum?
Because he's a bitch.
That too, because all the shit
Number
he
two.
will be no involved with me.
That's right.
Because number one, if you look at crime, well, look at black on black crime. So I said, okay, then we'll go to the FBI crime statistics, which is national, and we'll look at white on crime. Guess how many people kill white people? White men. You're at damn near the same fucking levels of black people killing black people. Oh yeah, by the fact, white people commit more sexual assaults. White people commit more what? Robberies and burglaries. That's why certain statistics do not fucking play with me.
Going back to FD for a second, he's another one of these black liberals. Oh, we got to get tough on guns. We need gun control and all that. And then going to tell you we don't need police.
Hmm.
That's how you know he's being propped up by white liberals. Ain't no fucking way in hell, dude. You think that shit makes sense?
How are you going to enforce crime and gun control without the police? And even the police cannot control guns. For every fucking American that's here in this fucking state and here in the country, you have at least 2 to 3 guns per person.
I got 4 myself
Exactly.
and counting.
And counting. You're gonna tell me that a senator and fucking Congress knows more about fucking guns than I do as an instructor, as a cop, as a soldier, a combat soldier? I would ask any of them senators, first of all, I will politely tell them, give me JD Vance, give me Tulsi Gabbard, because that's my ilk. That's the people I want to speak to. That's the people that knows what I went through, at least. Get them motherfuckers to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you, none of you fucking Jack and Jill panty laces. Don't be surprised one day I'm on somebody's fucking cabinet as a mayor, governor, or president speaking about what we need to do about crime. First of all, prison is supposed to be a deterrent, a punishment, and a rehabilitation. I'm supposed to keep you from going back. But if I don't put back in college, trades, and higher level intellectual conversations back in the prison system, you're going to have a recidivist number that's even greater. But what do I know? What do I know? You had fools go through ranger school who are gang connected, going back to their hoods, teaching those same tactics to gang members. And some police departments, they get all that training. And they go utilize that training to go against who? The police.
And your black ass. You civilian.
Mm-hmm.
That vote for these Democrats. You live in these blue cities, blue states, and they got your hands tied out here. And all you are is a fucking statistic at the end of the day.
Just a victim.
Because when somebody comes and shoots your ass, you're just going to be another black on black crime statistic. But you're listening to people like FD Signifier tell you get rid of law enforcement, get rid of the prison system, get rid of guns, and never gets around to giving you a solution. Just give you pie in the sky rhetoric.
So what did I tell you? You get rid of the motherfuckers, got to go back to. You're going to get a group of individuals who are going to end up being the police-like group anyway. And unfortunately, guess what's going to happen? You're going to go back to the system that you needed anyway. Well, we need to get rid of police. Should I finish that fucking shit?
Yes, you should.
Don't make me warm up the computer. I'm on my iPad. I'm going to warm up the computer. Because I get tired of this shit. And people think they know better. People think they know better. And the fucked up part about it is that black people rather listen to the people who never been than the people who've been there all the time. If you're an American citizen, shit like that should piss you the fuck off completely. You should literally be pissed the fuck off.
And black people need to start paying attention to all this gerrymandering shit that both of these parties are doing. because the Democrats are going to fuck Virginia up the same way they fucked up Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Now in Maryland, it's about to be you can't even have a fucking Glock
Go buy your
or
Glocks now.
a Glock clone, which is damn near every. You know how many fucking Glock clones there are?
Mechanics.
And here's the thing about that: Glock and Glock clones are pretty affordable.
Yeah. And you got to remember how many these.
So when you ban Glocks and Glock clones, they're banning the fucking affordable shits. So what you're going to be left with? Beretta, fucking FNs, Kimbers. These shits are high as hell.
Smith and Wesson.
These shits are expensive. And you black people still don't see the play here.
Keep you a victim, but keep them in power.
Oh, but the cops can have guns though. Cops,
Criminal.
government. Who they say? They said cops, government, and I think they said certain security levels
And
can
criminal.
have Glocks. Ain't that a bitch?
Am I coming through? Testing, testing.
Yeah, I hear you.
I want you to think about this shit, right? Oh, trust me. Y'all asked for it.
Get a little bit closer to the mic, Charles.
What about now?
Perfect.
Y'all motherfuckers keep listening to these people and think that these government officials have your best interests. Y'all keep thinking these motherfuckers got your best interests. I want to show something real quick. If it lets me fucking share it. I keep believing people are these people you vote for have your best interests. They don't. Have a motherfucker actually talk to you with some common sense. With some goddamn solutions. How many women I've told that I personally know, you and your female friends need to come see me about getting your right to carry permits. Guess how many actually hit me up about it? Zero. But if a white man tells you, if a white man tells you, If a white man tells you, you all dick hungry to the shit. It's disgusting. The same fucking entities that sold you up the river. That's who we trust now? There we go. There we go. Since I asked for it, we're going to give it to you.
Murder and arson have nothing to do with civil rights.
John. Well, Mr. President, how are you? Fine, thank you, sir. John, you know what I think of you, don't you? I certainly do, Mr. President, and vice versa. I've got to ask you now to act like the good American I believe you to be. I'm going to seriously consider appointing a small group of 7 or 9 tonight to look into the cause of these disorders. I want nothing but competence, and I want nothing but compassion, and I want nothing but patriotism. The commission will investigate the origins of the disorders in our cities. It will make recommendations to me, to the Congress, to the state governors, to the mayors for measures to prevent or contain such disasters.
The President's Advisory Commission on Civil Disorder warned that race hatred threatened to tear this country apart.
What white Americans have never fully understood, but what could never forget, is that white society is deeply impacted in the ghetto. White institutions created it. White institutions maintain it. And white society condones it.
One of the things that they dispense with, early on, is the idea that you just need to reform police. Mm. And they said, like, look, no, this is about housing. This is about education. This is about healthcare. This is about media. This is about employment and unemployment. Mm-hmm. All of the institutions that really relate to life outcomes. And when they kind of walk through the data of the systemic differentiation between how those institutions interacted with Black people and how they interacted with white people, or how they interacted with non-white people, they just came to this holistic understanding, of the problem. And they were saying, well, you can't really talk about policing without also talking about unemployment. Mm-hmm. And you can't talk about unemployment without talking about education. Right. You can't talk about education without talking about housing.
Among the ingredients of this mixture are pervasive discrimination and segregation in employment, education, housing, which have resulted in the continuing exclusion of a great number from the benefit of economic progress. Black in-migration and white exodus, which have produced the massive and growing concentrations of impoverished in our major cities, creating a growing crisis of deteriorating facilities and services and unmet human needs.
It's the same things we've been saying forever. They found it way back in 1968. The findings were so scathing to the lack of real effort by the government to heal the wounds of racism that the report had to leak out of the relatively progressive Lyndon B. Johnson administration. They didn't want the truth to come out about their own findings. The Kerner Commission report is not new science. You can go to any ghetto in the world.
And notice he never talks about the Monahan report. If you gave Black men jobs, if you gave Black men the right to be the head of the household, crime went significantly down, did it not, fellas?
Facts.
Here's the problem. When I came out with the Greg Faulkner Initiative like 12 years ago, if you made Black men and Black boys get trained up to be the police, would that significantly change the outcome of police? Especially when you could say, hey, that's ABM and that's ABM's son. That's AL's daughter. When you have a rapport with somebody, I don't have to arrest you if I could go to your parents, right?
Right.
I'll put the power back into whose hands? The parents. If I catch your son and be like, look, I caught him on the corner selling some shit. Next time, I'm not going to be so merciful. What did I just do for the community? Did I make the community subject to my rule, or did I make them a part of the solution?
In the entire world, South America, South Africa, South Asia, Eastern Europe, you'll find people in dire straits ripping each other apart for the sake of survival. And in every situation, the same solutions are prescribed: social support, community investment, healthcare, education. Yet, whether it's Joe Biden in 1994 or Joe Biden in 2020, you still see our government officials peddling the lie that we need a better trained and better funded police force to address crime, and somehow the failures of policing.
I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to high.
What's wrong with giving cops better training? Furthermore, why not actually give the cops who are not from, let's say, a Baltimore, make them go to the schools and talk to the young folks? Why not hire the black kids who are from the city, who know the city? Who's better to police you than you? Especially if you personally know and help raise and cultivate that kid, right? Am I making sense, folks?
Yes.
Because now, if you do something badly, you're among us. Well, that's not going to fix the problem. Let me ask you this one question. If you want more education and you're not focusing on the boys from 14 to 22 or 23 who commit most of your crimes, then what is? You make sure the girls get their welfare. You make sure the girls get their education. But you forget another one half of the equation. If the boys are not educated to the extent of the girls, if not more so, because they're more likely to be accosted by the police, then guess what we're doing? We're just continuing the fucking process. Because last time I checked, when a police officer caught doing dirt, he's getting hammered by the court system. But it also goes back to what? That P word, parenting. There's a reason why my sister never had to bail her 2 kids out. I never had to bail my son out. I never had to get bailed out. Because of parenting. When you take the community out of community policing, which means the law enforcement, the community, and the elected officials united together to make a better society, then all you're going to get is fallacy. But y'all don't hear me, though.
Higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe.
The fallacy of the existence of modern policing is well documented. There will be some books in the description, but just in the last month or so since this video was in production, other big YouTubers like Big Joel, Some More News, Philosophy Tube have made videos detailing lots of new evidence as to why policing is bad. And Skip Intro has a whole series on propaganda that is well worth your time. I appreciate them because the reality is that Black people have been telling this same fucking story to the whole country for several generations now, and it's fallen on deaf ears. It's been in our music, it's been in our politics, it's even been in our family TV shows in the 90s.
But the thing is, officer, this isn't my car.
Get out of the car, Carl. What? He's going to tell us to get out of the car.
You watch too much TV, Will. Get out of the car.
Which is yet another YouTube video you can watch. Sadly, some folks don't take it seriously until a white person tells it to them. So for more specific examples of this, you can check that out or other stuff in the description. Let's move on to the actual prison part of this equation. It's 2010 and I'm in my 4th year teaching, and I'm finally starting to figure out how to survive as a teacher in a tough environment. One of the things I've learned is that you have to appreciate your wins. And one of my wins came in the form of Ben. Ben was the smartest kid I'd ever teach, and he had a slick and snarky sense of humor that made him a pleasure to be around, but also made him a little bit of a slacker, which ended up having him have to retake 10th grade level English as a senior with me. Ben was so smart, though, that I really...
But wait a minute. What's up, Distro? Long time no see. How you doing, Marine? How you doing, Double Dog? Huh? But wait a minute. I'm part of the problem. When I was coaching wrestling for 20 plus years, when I stopped the practice, when one of my wrestlers had issues reading on his grade level, and I pounded him into the ground on how to use vernacular, how to use phonics, which they don't teach in schools, by the way. And that was his 10th grade year. Did you know his grades doubled after that session, after those sessions we had with reading? What is that called, folks? That's called taking initiative when you see the problem before it be exacerbated, before it implodes and explodes. See, the problem is that we look at black boys as defective girls instead of saying, okay, what's the real problem? You're not given the attention that you deserve as much as any female does. Because if I take the problem and I decipher the problem and I go at many different angles at it and actually cure the problem, what is that called? That's called positive results.
Couldn't bring myself to make him do sophomore work that was so beneath him. To me, it was more valuable, both to him and me, to do some directed reading. So I gave him Brave New World and The Things They Carried and the autobiography of Malcolm X, stuff that I thought would be challenging for him to learn.
Oh, so it's the same shit I told my wrestlers, right? Continuing.
And fun to talk about with what I low-key saw as a fellow future intellectual. I remember one day he got his SATs back and he said he scored in the 80th percentile and that he was thinking about going to school in Florida, where he was originally from. And I was excited for him because Ben was, one of the good ones. And I know that's not necessarily the most kosher sentiment to have, but when you're teaching in these types of environments, you tend to latch on to kids that you can do something for, as opposed to the just larger population of kids that you're failing. A week later, literally a week after finding out about his SAT scores, I walk into my homeroom and was informed that Ben had been arrested for armed robbery. They showed me his mugshot online and I couldn't believe my eyes. And I just kind of stared at this mugshot for what felt like hours, but what had to only be 10 minutes because it was homeroom. And I started Googling about the laws in Georgia, which told me that armed robbery had a mandatory minimum of 10 years. And Ben was only 17, which meant he spent most of his 20s, if not all of them, behind bars. I remember sitting at my desk for a while,
Are y'all still there, fellas? And if anybody wants the link, here's the link. Please join us. If you have questions, please bring up questions in the chat and the panel, please. Can y'all still hear me, fellas? Hopefully I'm coming through real quick. Has anybody taken the recourse of why would he be, what type of environment would make you want to do armed robbery? Has anybody figured that one out? Nobody wants to say what makes the environment for you comfortable enough to do armed robbery. What type of lifestyle are you living? What type of household are you with? Am I making sense out there, folks? Because nobody wants to talk about the black community openly and say, look, this fucking community raises nothing but criminals and single mothers for the past 50 plus years. Anybody who goes to college, who goes to have a trade or career, a respectable occupation, you're not the norm in some of these neighborhoods. Nobody says that we need to get these parents involved. Why would you feel so comfortable committing, such atrocities? That's the equivalent of running a marathon 23 miles. 100 meters down, you just decide to quit. What would make him want to do armed robbery? What type of friends is he hanging around? What type of family members does he have? What type of environment does he live? Nobody wants to put the onus on that shit. We act like the black community is Disney World. We need to stop this fucking imaginary bullshit.
Was kind of like in this stupor. And then my next class came in and it was time to teach. And then I remember getting up and walking to an empty desk in the front of the classroom and picking it up and throwing it as hard as I could at a nearby window. Comedically, unbeknownst to me, the window was made of like bulletproof glass or some type of reinforced glass, and the desk just kind of bounced off anticlimactically and landed on the floor in a thud. And I stepped outside to collect myself and think about how I may have just lost my job. Shout out to my assistant principal of that time. You know who you are. This sister came through and gathered me up and told me to go home and get myself together, and I did. But the next time I saw Ben, I was visiting him in the county jail. And then I saw him maybe once after that as he was awaiting to get his report date and trying to graduate before he had to go in. And then I didn't see him again until 2023. Man, you look good, bro. How you doing? How you been?
I'm trying. You know what I mean? Day to day in it. You feel me? Just working through the struggles, figuring it out. You know what I'm saying? One step at a time. You know how I go.
That's what's up, man. I'm happy to hear that, man. It's still wild seeing you sometimes.
Something that I will actually say, it's commendable that he actually kept in contact with the young man and actually encouraged him. But at the same time, nobody talks about the elements of where these children live. Nobody speaks on that. All of us came from black neighborhoods. We're not rich, well-groomed Jack and Jill kids. We need to really have a serious conversation about that. The black community, for all intents and purposes, in 50 years has become a cesspool of crime. No different than when you go to the fucking trailer parks of white people, a cesspool of crime. When you go to upper echelon black folks, do they live the same way? Is any of Klay Thompson's fucking brothers, are they fucking from a cesspool? No. But guess what? Meg Thee Stallion was not on a path of success. Your daddy was locked up the first 8 years of your life. You were a lucky one. You're a blessed one. But to say that Meg outranks him is a fallacy. And that's what people don't get. When you go to the black community, nobody ever says, how can we make this shit better? All you're going to hear is an excuse. If I know the criminal justice system is against me, then I need to be on my P's and Q's. If I can get pulled over or stop walking while black, then I know that I need to do something further to keep my black ass out of trouble. Why is this a new phenomenon? On top of that, how much exposure are we giving young black boys? Because let's hear it, Angel Reese is starting a program for young black girls in Baltimore. And I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is the blatant ignorance and just ignoring black boys and their issues. Notice that. Notice that. We see this shit every fucking day in the community we call black. We notice that most of our crimes are committed by black boys, and the majority of them are raised in single mother homes. Why don't you try something new? Give the sons to their fathers. Well, the father doesn't want to be in their life. That says a lot about you if you're going to have a man's baby that doesn't want to have a child.
So who's all the men at the fucking courthouse every goddamn day? Filling out their paperwork for joint custody and complaining that she don't let me see the children.
Exactamundo.
See, we ignore the fucking problems. There's so much shit that's wrong with the community that nobody likes to talk about. And this is why I look at people like FD Signifier and Angela Reese and everybody like them as traitors. What fucking program is Angela Reese? What is she going to teach little girls?
You'll never hear it.
She's another one. She wants to be a fucking influencer. She don't really want to play basketball. She's another thotty, you know, she's into the whole thought shit. A program for black girls to do what exactly?
Not to be better girls. Notice, nobody ever has these programs to be a better human being. Nobody. But you complain about the police, but not one motherfucker says, okay, we're going to put in there that your police department has to be more than half of Baltimorean kids. That's a real easy demographic switch, wouldn't it be? But guess who's not fighting for that?
Or next time the police department is having the doing their recruiting thing, just have that as like a signing bonus. Look, a $5,000 signing bonus if you live in Baltimore city limits.
10,000, 20,000.
You never hear anybody talking about the program that they got trying to bring in teenagers to the academy.
Here's the shit that nobody tells you about. When I went to the academy, do you know how many fucking Puerto Rican officers they brought in who were making $2,000 to $22,000 every 2 weeks, which was good damn money in 2007 and 2008 during the academy? And how many of those same Puerto Rican officers I was in the class with were in that scandal with the tow trucks?
Mm. But we stay stuck in the same rhetoric from the 90s. Don't be a cop. Don't go to the military. Okay, well then what the fuck do you want these kids to do then? All of these people that was talking this tech shit just yesterday, AI is putting you out of a job. There's no more such thing as tech bros anymore. Now what?
If you're not creating, you're just becoming what? A stand-in for fucking computers to take your shit. I want people to realize that real solutions is not what we do after these guys get to jail. Real solutions is preventing them to get to jail. I keep telling you, prison is originally supposed to be a deterrent, which it's not. It's actually the new rite of passage. A punishment, which is not, because some of them are living their best fucking lives. And then a rehabilitation, which is not, because the recidivist numbers are astronomical. But when you talk about this shit, nobody wants to go to the root. What is the fucking community doing about this? You're okay with your boys being hummed up by the police. You're okay with your boys committing crimes. Because you pump all the money to the girls every time you see, well, the girls need to be strong and independent. No. They got more than enough fucking money pumped into their fucking lives. When a black boy says, I have no skills to pay the bills, what do? You automatically bring them to a life of crime. You automatically put them at a fucking place of turmoil.
You'll never hear Angel Reese tell little girls to not be baby mothers.
Because what was she raised by?
Not to fuck men in prison. Not to want to go join a gang.
Think about it. You want to curb crime? Because if women said, I'm not going to date any nigga who has their parents hanging off their ass, I'm not going to date any nigga who's not going to school or going for a trade or going for a career, you never hear that come out of the mouths of women. Let's be fucking serious. You never hear that shit. You never hear any of this shit. You never hear to tell them, okay, marry before you carry. if I could find that one fucking if I could find that one show where they talked about the teacher, a black female teacher said to a female student, black female student, don't you want to get married and start a family? If I get married, I won't get child support. This is told to her by a middle school fucking student. Where the fuck did they learn that? Is that black men's fault? I just got to ask the question for a friend. Was that a black father telling his daughter, if you don't get married, you won't get child support?
Child support. Not raise the child in a proper family structure, which is statistically proven to be a thing. The studies have been done. Children, no matter the race, economic circumstances, you grow up in a two-parent home, you're more than likely to graduate high school, which means, especially for males, you're probably not going to go to prison. Simply because you graduate high school. If you graduate college, you're almost 100% certain to never see fucking prison. In fact, statistics say college graduates who are in prison are almost strictly white males.
Mm-hmm.
But this little bitch is worried about child support because she sits around and listens to her fucking mother.
In 6th grade.
But it's black men's fault why nothing is built in the community. You black men don't build. Okay, how many times do we got to go over this? You send these boys out in the world, no money, no college fund, no trust fund. You got nothing for them. 9 times out of 10, you don't even got a fucking car for the boy. And you send him out in the world at 18 and you say, go get him, Tiger. What the fuck do you want him to build?
And if he actually makes something of himself, it's actually despite and in spite of.
It's a fucking miracle. It's damn near a miracle. For you to be a black male in this city, let's just pick a neighborhood. Let's just pick a community, for example. Let's say Poplar Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Any black boy born and raised in Poplar Grove and he grows up to make it to middle class, that's a fucking miracle. That's the epitome of getting it out the mud.
Yep. You know what I used to tell Mr. Z? And he always quoted me on that. If you got a black male that makes over $65,000, you need to kiss his ass because you got a superhero. Walaikum salam, Philip. Walaikum salam. He's
yet
almost double than the national black average.
Yeah.
But yet, we can't cultivate this boy.
Because everybody's against that boy.
He wants to
people like Angel Reese, who's from this fucking city. Fuck you niggas. That's pretty much what she's saying. My program is going to be for the girls. Fuck you niggas.
But yet, you get to date rappers.
But you fuck rappers. So what exactly is the message you're sending these little boys?
It's basically the biggest fuck you ever known to man. That's what it is. That's what it is. If you're a black boy who make it out the hood, and then you get mad if this kid goes to college and marries a white girl who was down for him when he ain't have shit.
Yeah. But he's supposed to go. So if that little boy grew up, got his scholarship to go play ball, and then he gets drafted NBA, NFL. Now he's fucking some ambiguous looking chick, some white woman, some Latina. Now the black women talk shit about him.
Even though
But you didn't want him part of your program, Angel Reese.
even though black boys come hella hot water to be great, nobody fucking cultivated you. You had more coaches who believed in that boy being a fucking A student than sometimes his own parents and community. Because let's face it, many of these chicks will have fucking kids by men who didn't want them. But tell me this, and riddle me this, angry black man. Why is it that black women are quick to call white women sluts, but yet you're statistically known for taking the least amount of birth control?
Angel Reese will never tell young black girls to get on birth control.
Even if you're going to be a slut, at least be a good slut about it. Don't
Nope.
bring unwanted babies.
Never. Because in the black community, children are nothing but a fucking come up for a lot of these black women. We don't like to say it out loud, but that's what it is.
Let's just say what it really is. The only thing children are in the black community are currency.
Fuck trophies.
That's all it is. But you'll get mad. I remember a chick that I know. Your first daughter is by a nigga who won't get out till your daughter's 18, she's 15. And he's been locked up since she was 2 or 3. How the fuck can you raise a child in prison?
They say Meg father was in prison the first 8 or 10 years of her life.
Exactly. Then you married a dude, and you know what I always tell dudes? Get women comfortable and they'll tell you the whole story. She said the reason why I couldn't marry a guy like you is because I married a guy like him because he was controllable. But y'all were only together for about a year or two, and then y'all got divorced. What's up, Mr. What is it? Mr. T. Collins. Long time no see. Shit, I ain't make you a moderator, nigga. You and Rain Fire? Fuck, I'm fucking up, man. Y'all should have told me I'm fucking up. But yet, we habitually, and I mean habitually, go out of our fucking ways to make more people victims of the fucking system. Shout out to my boy Jason Lee. Was divorced from a cheating ass wife. Had to have his first house that he built from being in the police department, going to foreclosure, worked overtime, been in his daughter's life from A1 day one. Daughter got a fucking full ride for architecture, design, and engineering, and got a house that's almost $400,000 from the sweat of his brow. Don't tell me it can't be fucking done. Don't tell me this bullshit. You have known ways of how to correct the problem, but you still go by the old ways. But I'm the fucking guy you hate on when I say there's a fucking issue in this community. And what do you do about it? Nothing. It's always somebody else's fucking problem. Continuing.
Man, that's looking in the mirror.
That's real. That's real. That's real.
And here's the question I would actually ask if I was in an FD situation. What the fuck made you want to be involved in an armed robbery? What made you want to do that? Nobody asked that question. Why the fuck did you have to do an arm? Who convinced you of this shit? Your friends, your parents? Who? Yourself? Why?
Yeah, you know, you don't look like what you've been through, man. Like, I'm happy that, and I hope that speaks to, you know, that the world and life is treating you well in the moment. I'm grateful that the Ben I met in 2023 was mostly the same Ben I met in 2009. But I don't lose sight of the fact that Ben was essentially kidnapped and tortured physically and psychologically for 10 years, most of his 20s. I lament Ben's potential, but I want to be clear. Potential is not a prerequisite for basic humanity. Regardless of what you think about crime.
Okay. Should I go in about that statement? Chat panel, should I go in about that fucking statement he just made?
Yeah.
Now, one damn time when you said he was kidnapped, how the fuck can you be kidnapped when you commit a crime? Did you have to be involved with armed robbery? Did you have to be an accomplice to that shit? Or could have fucking walked away from it? At some point, do we even tell our boys, if something's afoot, get the fuck away from it? How are you kidnapped and abused when you chose to kidnap and abuse someone else? See how stupid that sounds? So what, we going to blame the victim? We're going to fuck around and blame the victim, right? Instead of saying, like, yo, you had options. You had options. I don't care how finite of an option. I didn't get a pair of Jordans till I bought them. I wasn't the freshest nigga. Still not. I just get clothes that look good, but I'm not a label whore. A $20, $30 pair of pants from Amazon, and I'm still looking good. A pair of $50 boots, still looking good with my fedora and a V-neck shirt. I was looking good Friday. How the fuck are you a victim when you committed crime? We need to stop that bullshit. That man you see in the background, that man paid a bill for a young girl sick with leukemia that was $900,000. His wife didn't even know about it till after his death. Stop the fucking excuse of being, no, you commit a crime. We all know if you commit a crime, especially as a black person, black male, you're going to get hammered. Stop the bullshit, please.
Police and the justice system, consider whether it makes sense that the United States of America, the richest, most powerful country in the world, has only 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's prison population. Is America just that much more of a dangerous place, or something just fundamentally wrong with our society? There are a lot of things wrong, actually, and it starts with the ideology of what we're actually accomplishing by putting people in jail in the first place. Concepts of
Does
punishment.
that look like them motherfuckers having a time of their life in a fucking cell block?
And wrongdoing vary throughout history and across culture. However, Western civilization has a robust history of torture and public shaming for criminals.
Shame on you.
And those who've transgressed against society or authority.
Do you approve of this? People are hurt when they fight for what is rightfully theirs. You approve of brutal and illegal acts to enforce a political principle, Sam.
Thankfully, this did not last, and new forms of punishment came into being. Kinda. Bray Deschanel did a video on canceling, which I think I've mentioned like multiple times now because it's a really good video, and it brings up this really good point of analysis about French sociologist Michel Foucault. To summarize her summarization of Foucault, there was a time when the public spectacle of punishment and torture was a core aspect of social control. People needed to see the wicked punished for their crimes. I won't call this human nature or anything, but I also want to ignore the fact that that dynamic is still relevant today. I maybe argue this is a product of Western ideology and probably Christianity, but that's a hot take that I can't or at least won't substantiate for now. Either way, at a certain point, the public spectacle and
First of all, if we're going to go through historical Christianity was about forgiveness. Historical Christianity is the historical Christianity that fought to get you out of slavery. Am I lying, folks?
No.
Historical Christianity was thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. See, with these fucking ultra liberals like the fucking pan out, is that rules governed us a certain way. When you broke the rules, there was a punishment to pay. Why? Because most of those rules were extremely easy to follow. Respect somebody's dignity. Respect somebody's household. Think about it. How were you kidnapped after you did atrocities to somebody? What you just said is that we shouldn't be hard on the Nazis of what they did to the Jews, even though nobody talks about the 500 to almost 1 million black people, what they did in Europe. What you're saying is that the Ku Klux Klan should be forgiven for committing their atrocities. Because if you're going to say it for one way for a demographic, you have to say it for another. So when we lock up a Klansman for killing a black boy, they shouldn't go to prison. You notice the trap that he's putting himself in? Anybody?
Yeah.
There's a reason why throughout history we separated the citizens from the prisoners and the criminals.
Horror of torture began to have diminishing returns. Watching another human suffer the gruesome punishment publicly wouldn't instill fear. It would instead instill spite toward the state and sympathy for the punished.
15 or 20 nightsticks could be seen through the gas, flailing at the heads of the marchers. The Negroes cried out as they crowded together for protection, and the whites on the sidelines whooped and shrieked.
So eventually public punishment gave way to private.
And let's talk about Selma, right? Selma is not just a black eye to the United States. It's a broken rib. Okay? Selma was a crime against humanity. That's way different than a black boy committing armed robbery against an unsuspecting victim. You can never equate the two, can you? Never. And this is where the fallacy of this shit begins. How can a person be so intellectual you defeat your own fucking question and your own statements and your own debate? Not one time when he committed the crime did he deserve to go to jail. Was the evidence put against him that said that he did it or he was an accomplice in it? Not one time did he said it. It's one thing if he was planted to commit this shit and he had nothing to do with it, but you never said that. I'm glad the young man is out and becoming a contributing member of society, but what made him go to that route in the first place is something that liberals will never speak on.
Imprisonment. The public could acknowledge that the wicked were being punished, but it didn't have to deal with the visual confirmation of the depravity of what was happening in that punishment, because that punishment was happening behind closed doors. I think this dynamic is incredibly relevant today as 2 million Americans sit in a variety of prisons. The average American has little to no idea of how inhumane and cruel the modern reality of prisons are. While not being drawn and quartered, prisons in America have not been much better than physical torture for the individuals locked away. And there's also emotional and economic torture for the communities and loved ones left behind. Inside prisons, prisoners have to survive extremely substandard living conditions, a lack of security, laughable health care, and constant exploitation.
Going to medical in prison, like it's a joke. Like, I don't know if you can tell, hold on. My arm's a little crooked, like right around here.
Yeah.
That's because when I got in a fight in prison, a dude hit me with a pool stick. I blocked it because he was trying to bust me in the head. Broke my arm, but they never set it. They put a cast on it without setting it. So they put it into place for nothing. So it's left it crooked. That is like standard, right? One of the things that always pounded into my head is how they will use inhumane like tactics as a way of punishment. They put me.
Number one, was that a correctional officer or another prisoner who did it? Number two, isn't that more of a reason to tell people not to go to prison, not to commit crimes? You're not supposed to be inhumane, but prison wasn't supposed to be daycare either, was it? We're not supposed to put people in prison and then hold hands and go kumbaya. What did you go to prison for? Did you commit the crime? Did you have a good reason why this shit had to be committed? If not, it's kind of hard to feel sorry for people. Because if that was a white boy who did the same thing for armed robbery, I would tell you, lock that motherfucker up. But see, it's very easy for the liberal to talk about this because that wasn't his family member or that person in totality who had the crime committed against them. Because if it was a crime against you or your children, God forbid, you would want that motherfucker to be locked the fuck up.
In this square block room, in this room with a square block in the center, no bed, nothing, no toilet, and left me in there for 3 days. Slid plastic bags through the little slot, so like a piss and shit in there and stuff. And so until I finally just caved, I'm like, all right, just do whatever, man, just do whatever, get me the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
And that's like the thing. Like, I've heard stuff like that before, and it's so wild that that's just a thing that's happening in a civilized nation. You know what I'm saying? Off a drug charge, right? Like that sounds like some medieval shit.
If I had to put a number on it, just within like the overall journey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I said 8.
You went to 8 different prisons.
8 different 8 different prisons, 2 county jails, 1 transitional center, and 5 different prisons, that'll just land you in different places at different times without you even knowing. You wake up and officer telling you pack up, you going to such and such. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a middle of the night process. So it's like Yeah, I was just moved around from place to place until, you know, I was out being able to move my own.
What goes on that we can't see? Like, I remember when COVID hit, you were talking about like, yo, people are just dying in here.
Yeah, COVID was bad. I'm gonna say this: what goes on that you can't see, in order to really understand or to start to understand, is the lack of security. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what really goes on that you can't see, because every other problem from that, like every other problem is birthed from that. You know what I'm saying? It stems from that. Like, that one issue is the deep root of basically every awkward situation in prison, every violent situation in prison, you know, every unwarranted situation. Like it is. You know what I'm saying? You have the lack of empathy from security. When you do have security, you have the whole inmate officer complex. You know, like, it's actually illegal to be friends. Like, for me to be friends with somebody, like we're human. You get what I'm saying? But like, as an officer, you can't tell a coworker, subordinate, whatever, we're friends. Like, me and Francois are friends. Like, that's non-determination. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like they want to remove your humanity. You can't have a
right.
And they do it like there's that legal thing, and then there's like imagine you made friends with somebody inside, and you wake up the next morning, you get transferred. Like, you can't have no like that. Like, people call prison slavery. That's exactly how that shit goes.
Let's take it further than that. Imagine becoming friends with someone genuinely. You know, you never met this person in your life. You just happen to come across them in prison or whatever, and you're genuinely friends with this person. And then getting out of prison and coming across a statute that states you can't even hang around this person because both of you are ex-felons.
The documentary on the 13th Amendment on Netflix gave new life to our understanding of prisons, examining how prisons share so many structural similarities with chattel slavery.
There's a clause, a loophole. If you have that embedded in the structure, in this constitutional language, then it's there to be used as a tool for whichever purposes one wants to use it.
For those who don't know, the 13th Amendment abolishes slavery except for in the cases of criminals locked in prisons. And after the abolishment of slavery, there was a wave of legal practices in the South that saw Black people arrested for any possible offense and forced to work as a part of their sentences. This practice has not changed, as many prisons today have entire factories committed to manufacturing a variety of things for our consumption, such as when prisoners in New York made masks for the state hospitals during COVID, or to offset costs from the prisons as prisoners and provide labor for a variety of functions in the prison with little to no pay.
Anybody want to talk about that? Anybody?
It's the same old talking points.
Why, when you go to prison, it's called paying your debt to society, right?
Right.
Why should I pay you for committing a crime? Why are y'all trying to make prison look like it's supposed to be summer camp?
I mean, again, he's going to talk a lot about all the bad things in jail and prison and things of that nature. Okay, but you're going to notice you're never going to get around to him hearing what's the alternative.
Yeah.
He's never going to do it.
You'll never talk about the prevention of such. You're never going to hear about how to keep young boys out of this shit. You'll never hear it. The fundamental flaw in his argument is this: how to keep young Black boys from going to fucking prison. Yes, you should hear the horror stories, and yes, they should be. Remember when the scared street shit used to be a thing? How many motherfuckers were scared shitless to go to prison? How many?
Plenty.
I want you to think about it, right? What kept you from acting a goddamn fool in your parents' house?
The thought of being put out.
being put out or a severe ass whooping.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? Because if you're stealing from your pops or your mom, should there be a severe punishment for that? I know it would be in my house. But we're talking about a kid who committed armed robbery. That's hard to get a job from that. How can anybody trust you if you used a weapon or a threat of force to take from someone else, and we're going to make you look like you're a fucking stand-up citizen? Yes, I can tell you, he probably had a lot of fucking potential. Probably still does. Seems like an intelligent young man. But nobody's answered what forced you into that lifestyle. It's no different than you ask a chick who's a 304, why did you have all these babies by all these men when you didn't have to? Nobody ever asked that simple question.
Average wage in prisons is around 63 cents per hour. And remember, that's the average. So that means there are states where prisoners make considerably less.
In Texas, Georgia, Arkansas, and Alabama, prisoners are not paid for their work at all.
However, and this is going to be a theme going forward, the 13th documentary very much misses a lot of important things and warps the reality of this problem in some insidious ways. It hyper-focuses on the private for-profit prison and prison labor when overall, these are relatively small problems.
It's really just a facade. Like the private and public sectors operate across the board. So there's a section of prison that's always going to be privatized. Like you got to pay for phones. You know, here in Indiana, I think it's like $2.10 a phone call. You know, you have to pay. You know, there's people who make money off of the food industry, but that's within any public thing. Like if you look at schools, you're going to see that. Anything in the government, you're going to see there's going to be some kind of private relationship. So there's this emphasis on the corporation. And we don't understand the entire state because it's like, oh, there's these corporations making money. But most prisons are state-run prisons, and prisons operate at a loss. As in, the more money is paid to uphold prisons than is extracted from it financially, right? So, the state is losing money by paying for prisons. So there's entities who make money around it, but if you actually look at the aggregate of what goes in and what comes out, there's more money lost than there is that, you know, goes in that is made or profited off of.
So what prison does do is it extracts labor from communities that are already marginalized, right? It's a way to take people from their communities and put them into a place where they can either be used for physical labor, or even if they're not, they can use to make profit off of being held there. What it doesn't do is it doesn't bring reform. Prisons are for profit. And private profits made off of government-ran prisons all the time. When the people private prisons, it's not the flex people think it is.
Make no mistake that all prisons, whether private or state or federal run, operate in a fashion that steals from people directly. Again, as I said earlier, all prisons allow for the extraction of labor from prisoners with a Supreme Court-backed rule that does not require them to be compensated at all. And non-compliance with these jobs doesn't mean you get fired. It means you get written up, which means you may get extra time or greater punishment in the form of being sent to a higher security prison where you'll have less freedoms.
Conspicuous, all the way down to, the cotton along the roads, to the prison, it's so conspicuous. It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? You wake up on a bus because you just rode for 4 hours through Georgia, from North Georgia to South Georgia, and then, you wake up and the first thing you see is a whole bunch of trees and woods, and right through the horizon of the sunshine, you're like, what is that? And is that cotton? It's cotton. You feel me? That's some good old Georgia. You know what I'm saying? You made it. In the Georgia prison system, you have something that's called a detail, which is essentially a job, a prison job, the detail. You get the detail, and it's whatever it is, you know, whether it be laundry, maintenance, working in the kitchen, things.
So what the fuck did you think prison was supposed to be? The funnest place on earth? I'm asking for a friend. You were not supposed to go to prison to have a good time.
Nobody's talking about them conjugal visits.
Nobody talks about that.
Nobody's talking about the amount of drugs that get in and out of prison. Nobody's talking about the amount of pussy men get in prison.
Especially from the correctional officers.
Nobody's talking about, you know, these prisons out here that got all these GED programs and fucking college credit programs and shit. Not talking about that, though.
Trades.
Yeah.
It here's my thing, right? Notice that he had a liking to this kid, right? How many conversations did he have with this kid that you could be better than this? But people don't want to talk about there are some motherfuckers who ain't going to listen. Blade said it best. What was it? What did Blade said best? See if I can find it right now.
Ice skate uphill.
There's always some motherfuckers trying to ice skate uphill. That young man thought he could ice skate uphill. He thought that he was going to ice skate uphill. Guess what? When I fucked up in the military, were punishments severe? Yes, they were. Why should a punishment be severe? So you don't do it again. So other motherfuckers can see you and not do it themselves. What type of home did he come from? Was his father present? Was he an only child? There's certain shit that we gotta fucking ask. We can't go by this notion that everybody didn't know that if I get fucked up or I get caught with something or I get caught doing something, I'm not going to pay. If you're black in America, you know you're going to get hammered. It is what it is. You can't go by that.
Things of that nature. It's just your job in the prison. Well, Georgia prisons don't pay for these details.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So essentially it is free labor geared to the cause of repaying your debt to society. We're gonna chop it up to that. The slavery is so blatant once you understand the system. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, go to work. And if you don't go to work, you're gonna get written up. And then if you get written up, you become subjected to being in places that are worse than where you are now, fighting for your life in places where there are less security than where you are now. And we know this.
Right.
As a matter of fact, they employ it. You know what I'm saying? Like officers employ, all right, you know that, you know, another write-up, and you're gonna be closed security, or you're gonna be level 5 down, or you're gonna be XYZ. You know you can't hang out there with such and such and such and such at XYZ prison. Like, why would you? It's not even about the fact of who's there inmate-wise. It's about the fact that you would weaponize the fact that your coworkers elsewhere care so less that that's your threat for me.
There's also an unseen cost for maintaining the type of building and just the land that I'm seeing over in the distance. The grass over here is always cut. The buildings are in disarray, but they're not crumbling. This is paid for by taxpayers. This is paid for by federal budgets, but it's also paid for by the inmates and their families, to the tune of $80 billion. $80 billion in federal funding, taxpayer money, and money straight from prisoners and the prisoners' families. $80 billion that can be spent on all the things the Kerner Commission told us these communities needed way back in 1968. I'm surely some of
you would weaponize the fact that your coworkers elsewhere care so less that's your threat for me.
There's also an unseen cost for maintaining the type of building and just the land that I'm seeing over in the distance. The grass over here is always cut. The buildings are in disarray, but they're not crumbling. This is paid for by taxpayers. This is paid for by federal budgets, but it's also paid for by the inmates and their families to the tune of $80 billion.
I want you to look at that. The U.S. spends $81 billion a year on mass incarceration, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and a figure that might be underestimated. Then why the fuck keep going to jail? Why to commit crimes? That's a simple answer, right?
Yeah.
Here's my shit. You committed a fucking part 1 crime, armed robbery. Robbery is the using force or the threat of force to take property from someone else. That's a serious offense. And we're going to sit here and act like this guy was just... He was... Notice nobody... He didn't even say he was innocent. Anybody pick that up?
Yeah, I've been picked that up.
Not one person. So what the fuck are we supposed to do with people who commit this type of atrocity? What if he was robbing another student? What if he robbed an elderly person? What happened? What happened if one of those dudes, and they were robbing a young lady, and one of those dudes committed a sexual assault against that woman? Do you know what would happen? He would get charged with sexual assault as well, just from being an accomplice, even if he didn't touch her. Once again, why did you do it? I'm asking for a friend. I don't think I'm better than anybody else.
Well, you heard him in the beginning. He was a senior, but he had to keep taking 10th grade English. He was passed along through the system. Just another black kid that nobody gave a fuck about. No child left behind, whatever. Just pass him along. So this is what he thought. Hey, I'm always going to get a break. This is accountability.
Yeah.
This ain't, it's no excuse for this shit. Hey, man, the old saying goes, you do the crime, you do the time.
Guess what? If you don't like the time, don't do the crime.
You want to get it? You want to go to prison and then bitch? Oh, it's like slavery, and it's all this federal money and billions of dollars. And dude, nobody told you to rob somebody.
I'm gonna say this: for black people to be so anti-slavery, why do we have a culture? Why do we have a culture that fucking praises criminality?
Say it again, man.
If for people who are anti-slavery, anti-racism, why do we have a culture that praises criminality?
Everybody's anti-white supremacy. But that's what you do, though. But you rob people.
But you go into the hands of the white supremacists and you expect the white supremacists to take good care of you. That's asinine on any level. Let's just cut it out. It's stupid shit. $80 billion on mass incarceration. But yet, none of you go down to fucking any of your city halls to say, we need to prevent our kids going to fucking jail. We are okay with black girls getting welfare, having babies out of wedlock, which in turns make more fucking prisoners for you, because I read to you the other day the statistics of single mothers, fatherless homes. If your child lives in a fatherless home and they made something of themselves, they're a miracle baby. You think they haven't been doing studies on this shit? But we constantly have single mothers, right? We constantly have single mothers. I keep telling you, black people are the willing participants of white supremacy, man.
$80 billion in federal funding, taxpayer money, and money straight from prisoners and the prisoners' families. $80 billion that can be spent on all the things the Kerner Commission told us these communities needed way back in 1968. Surely some of you know in Atlanta, we're still dealing with the YSL RICO case for Young Thug and Lil Durk. I don't know which one of these Negroes got arrested, but they talk about Cleveland Avenue. Cleveland Avenue is literally like 5 minutes south from this prison. So consider the community that's being victimized, allegedly victimized by that gang, what that community could do with just $1 billion, let alone 80 billion that we're using to keep buildings like this open. And by the way, that's just the prisons. That's not the police, which is another $130 billion a year. And it's not just tax money, by the way. Chunks of the costs to fund prisons come directly from the actual communities that prisoners come from. A study at the University of Illinois found that mass incarceration has increased poverty in states.
You give me $130 billion. First thing I'm going to do is get fucking YSL out of my fucking neighborhood.
Exactly.
Why are you here?
Why?
You do nothing but terrorize black people, putting hits out on each other. I'm supposed to feel sorry for you? You're going to be excommunicated. Give me $130 billion. First things first. I love that movie Lean on Me. First thing Joe Clark did, first day on the fucking job, got all them niggas up out of there.
Yeah. At some point, who is a cancer on our society?
Thank you.
We never asked that. Who's a cancer to our society?
All of the kids that didn't want to learn, here to fuck with fuck shit up all day, terrorize the students, terrorize the teachers, get them out of here. Now all of them are gone. Okay, now we can get back to teaching.
But notice, this guy was a former teacher. This guy's seen. You know, the first thing I saw when I was a coach, I had to talk to parents. I had to see where some of these kids lived. And I had to talk to these parents and let them know what I was doing and who I am. You know, one of these parents were so upset. I said, ma'am, I'm going to tell you this one now. If you don't help become part of the solution, you're going to be part of the problem paying this boy's bail or paying his fucking put money on his books. We talk about the poverty rate, but not one of you motherfuckers ever say, you know what? The direct best way to keep a kid out of fucking prison is called a father. Nobody ever says that. Well, we need to put... See, that's that liberal shit. We need to throw money at it. No, you need to go back to that old-time religion. Give the boys back to their father. Hell, the girls too, because last time I checked, if Meg Thee Stallion actually was raised by a proper father and not a nigga in jail for the first 8 to 10, almost the first decade of her life, she wouldn't be out here singing about WAP. Does that sound like a bitch who respects men? A father is supposed to be a boy's first superhero, a girl's first love. What does she think about love? A nigga who could buy me shit. And when she gets upset, she goes on social media. I can't trust what the fuck you said. Look at the Tory Lanez case. You liar. You want to put the police out of business? Stop committing crimes. Nobody ever says that. If you have a job and they say you can't smoke weed on the job and you get caught smoking weed, where's the argument? I'm just asking for a friend. Where's the argument? It's easy fix.
By 20%. This is because when people, most often men, go to jail, they become an indirect burden on the taxpayer who pays for the prison, but they also become a direct burden on their family who pays money on commissary, pays for phone calls, as well as other resources. But it's bigger than that because these prisoners are also extracted from their local communities.
Go ahead.
Whose fucking fault is that?
Nobody ever talks about the victims of crime.
Yeah.
Now,
nobody said you gotta accept those collect calls.
Yeah.
And nobody said you gotta send them. Nigga, that's a choice.
Guess what my grandfather, God rest his soul, on my dad's side, James Monroe Faulkner said, and my father told me, he said if any of his boys got locked up, hey, Mr. Faulkner, we got your son here. Oh, you do? Okay, deliver a message for me. We got it, sir. What you got? Fuck him. Fuck him. I go out here to give you a better life. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck them. Nobody ever says that. Fuck them. Out of all the opportunities, Dr. King, Malcolm X, and all these Black Panthers who died, Marcus Garvey got fucking excommunicated and deported. Y'all motherfuckers still want to commit crimes? Look at that shit right there in the picture. A nigga sagging his pants. Which came from prison. God damn. Really?
And economies. They can't contribute to their families financially. They don't pay into taxes that fund schools or social services, etc. And recognize that while most prisoners may not be in a private prison, the companies that run bail systems, prison phone systems, commissary systems, etc., most definitely are private and contract with the state and federal government to provide those services, which are only partially paid for by taxpayers and must be mostly covered by families of prisoners. And of course, those families are much more likely to be in poverty, meaning they're giving up the little that they have to take care of a person in prison if they can do it at all. And that's just the...
Don't commit crimes.
Prison part of prison. That doesn't even get into large costs that are incurred for restitution and bail that many of these families have to eventually pay the bill. Young men like Ben who are extracted from community and their skills and their abilities and their value to that community can no.
You see how this jackass put himself in a jackpot? What value do you have a community if you rob from it? Can somebody answer that? You're robbing people. You're committing a part 1 crime, a crime of violence. A crime of fucking violence. Because robbery is taking of a person's possessions either through force or threat of force. What value do I have to my community if I'm robbing it? Okay? What value do I bring to my community if I'm taking from it? It's like, what value do I bring to my family if I have a bunch of babies out of wedlock? I'm a burden to my family.
No longer serve that community while they're locked inside. It only.
How do you serve a community committing crimes against that same community? Answer that.
At best serves the institution that is housing them. And while Ben is inside, it's us, it's his family that pays for him to be there, to be of use to that institution. Yet they call it him paying his debt to society. The 13th Amendment uses...
Yes. You don't raise your children right, they become what? A burden on society. Yes. You're not supposed to be rewarded to do wrong. They got a place like you. It's called prison. My God. The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? You want to talk about the prison system? Okay, let's talk about the prison system. Why dumbass is still trying to go? I don't see a large contingency of black men that says, you know what? I need to go see the world and get paid for it. I'll join the military. I need to protect my community. I'll be a firefighter or a fucking police officer. I never see anybody of that ilk says, I need to better myself. I need to go to college. You wait till there's a fucking problem to say there's a fucking problem. Think about it. None of these mothers come out here, with the exception of a few. And trust me, it's easy to debunk some of those mafia guys, Ray. Let me tell you why. When you really think about this shit in criminality, right? And I'm going to break it down to the simplest fucking minutia. When you get home from being a child, teenager, or preteen, and your parents say, clean up the fucking house before I get there, and they get there around 7, 8 o'clock. You get out of school 2:30. You're home by 3. You got 4 fucking hours to do what the fuck you need to do, what they ask you to do. Should you get in trouble for not doing what was told for you to do? Yes. If you're going outside and fucking around, and then here comes 7 o'clock, key in the door, and you're trying to make a mad dash to do 4 hours of work in 30 minutes, no sense does it ever make. This is called criminology. You're making an excuse for the criminal that you're not making for the victim. Not one time did he say, who was the victim of this robbery? What was the scenario? You know why? Because he was not a contributing member of society. He was a cancer towards it. Where was he contributing? And let's say he did have to sell drugs. Why was he forced in a position to sell drugs in the first place if he had parents? Well, you know, some kids don't have parents like that. Yes, that's part of the fucking issue. You got motherfuckers who have babies for the sake of just having them and think that it's going to be a positive ride. And you motherfuckers wonder why nobody wanted to vote a woman in the seat of power. Because you motherfuckers don't think long term. You get the dumbest motherfuckers you can have babies by. Then what? Then what? You think Day-Day the drug dealer or Day-Day the party guy is the best fucking father? If you really wanted a father, why didn't you ask the men in your family to judge this motherfucker properly? No, because you wanted dick like any other person. Any other fucking woman. If a nigga has a terrible baby mama, guess what niggas gonna say? You should have picked better. Why can't we say the same thing for the females? And then it's a big surprise when the motherfucker ends up an inmate. This shit sickens me.
There's a lot of talk about prisons as new age slavery.
After the collapse of slavery, a new system was born, convict leasing, which was a new form of slavery. And here we are, decades after the collapse of the old Jim Crow, and a new system has been born again in America, a system of mass incarceration that once again strips millions of poor people, overwhelmingly poor people of color, of the very rights supposedly won in the civil rights movement.
And while that definitely holds true in some sense, in talking to some experts and doing a little more research, I kind of find it hard to take that imagery to heart. And that's because despite the fact that the percentage of black people in jail is almost triple the amount of black Americans, that black people are 5 times more likely to be arrested and charged with a crime, the raw reality of America's prison population is that there are just as many, if not more, white people incarcerated as black people. In state prisons, white people make up
30%. There's more white people in the country.
32% compares to 34% of black people. White people make up 49% of people in county jails and 57% of people in federal prisons. State prisons do make up a little more than 50% of the prison population. So that does mean that black men still barely outnumber white men in prison. But the reality is that America's total prison population is almost half full with white people, specifically white men. It kind of hurts the analogy of prisons as neo-slavery because I don't know a lot about white slaves at that.
See how you defeat your own argument again?
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck you complaining about? The majority of the people in prison are white. That's not our problem, is it? Just like the motherfuckers talk about ICE. That's not a black person's problem. We're citizens. We have a birthright to this country. More so than the majority of whites. You're talking about a problem that's a white person's problem, majority, by your words. Well, let's see. Here's the question. Where do the majority of prisoners come from in the black community? Do they come from 2-parent households or single mother households, fatherless households, whichever way you want to put it? Especially if the CDC said black men are the best fathers, then guess what? Should we charge up black women as being seditious traitors when they keep their kids away from the men or have children by men who don't want to be fathers at all? Even though Ebony K. Williams is a rich woman, she still puts herself in a high demographic of single mothers. We do know that and agree to that, right? No matter how much money you have, the statistics are the statistics, right?
Right.
So even if you make a lot of money, guess what you're going to draw that girl into, especially if there's no man in the home? You're going to draw her to what her brain says, what is the most masculine man? And society says the most masculine man is not an FD signifier in the black community. They're going to say it's that black thug. God forbid anything happens to her daughter. Maybe she never goes through that, but stats are being the stats. Guess what? Those are the stats. But we talk about this around the clock, and if it's mostly white people in jail, then you can't defend the argument anymore.
Period of time.
Talking about chattel slavery in the United States and transatlantic slave trade was, at the beginning it was white indentured servants, but overall it was like 100% black African people was enslaved, right? Like once it got to scale, there was natives and stuff, but once it got to scale, it was just us, So when you're talking about prison, it's just like what usually people are doing is looking at disproportionate rates, right? So for instance, in Indiana, like black people only make up 9% of the state, but we make up 34% of prisons, right? So the disproportionality is like ridiculous. But 59%, I think, are still just white folks. Coming back to surplus labor, you have a lot of white folks who the capital has no interest in them either. As you continue to automate and do that and send jobs elsewhere, you don't need these people to work at the meat factory that you once did need them to do. You don't need them to do certain jobs anymore. So you just got a bunch of people who has been disinvested from. So of course you're going to have, folks who end up committing crime or getting on drugs or whatever.
It's funny because like the white supremacist talking point is that black people make up 13% of the population and 50% of the crime. And the irony of this talking point is that not only is it not supported by the actual data, but that the data shows that white non-Hispanic people make up around 60% of the population and account for 70% of crime arrests. And white men are 50% of the white population, but men as a whole are 93% of the prison population, and 81% of arrests are for violent crime. And suddenly you realize that the only reason there aren't much larger percentages of white people in jail is due to structural racism. In fact, over the last 20 years, the amount of black people in jail has significantly reduced while white folks have remained the same.
I think there is a natural feeling to believe.
Damn, so people don't like prison?
Oh, wow. Once again, you defeat your argument. If white people's numbers stayed the same and black people's reduced, then what's your argument? Just saying.
Believe that something cannot be operating so unjustly in plain sight. To believe, like, for the system to be as racist and horrific as it is something you need a magnifying glass to parse out. You need, like, statistics. I remember thinking I'd go to court and it's something you got to check the stats. Nah, this was the day I realized, like, oh shit, what it really is was I had cases back to back. So I have my files, all my clients I'm going to arraign back to back, same judge, same prosecutor. I arraign a black guy and he's accused of having like a blunt. They asked for thousands of dollars bail on him. Immediately after, I represent a white guy found with a bag of drugs, obviously a dealer, consent to release. Didn't even add consent. And that's always listen to me, that has always been the case for my white clients. When I represent a white person, I might as well close my ears and arraignments because I'm not going to have to make a case.
And this reality presents a complex challenge to prison abolition and criminal justice reform movements. I generally don't know if engaging more with the overwhelming whiteness of our prisons would give more fuel to the fire of abolition and criminal justice reform or less. I don't want to engage in any oppression Olympic stuff, but I have done social work in rural areas. And for anyone who has tried to do any type of social good in Trump towns, you'll find a unique challenge where these folks will actively work against their best interests for the sake of upholding a system of inequality that they don't fully benefit from.
I had breast cancer last year. So I was very happy to have my insurance. I didn't realize that the government was subsidizing my health insurance.
One of Bobby's complaints about the program is that it has been linked to a president she strongly dislikes.
And I absolutely detest hearing the words Obamacare.
Yeah.
Detest it.
Racial resentment and poor political education makes them...
Okay, let's stop for a second. You know why a lot of people didn't care for Obamacare? because a lot of people who work had a raise. They had a tax break on their insurance because they had insurance already, right? So that money, you got an extra $400 to $500, sometimes $600-$700 extra. Guess what happened? Instead of that being a deductible towards taxes, that was what? Taxable credit, which means your taxes went up. You're making more money on paper, so what can the state and federal government do? Tax you for that money. That's why a lot of people had upset with Obamacare, because if you already had it, you were getting money back, but guess who fucked you in the back end? The tax man. That's why.
Liabilities to themselves as their own governments cut their services and their own favorite corporations and billionaires disinvest from their communities and exploit them directly. Their sons fill prisons and struggle with addiction while their local economies die and health crises ravage their communities. All while they rally behind the anti-woke virus or whatever the fuck Ron DeSantis calls it.
Woke, 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 woke.
So that they're focused more on ending critical race theory and keeping trans women out of women's bathrooms, and the fact that their communities are literally rotting and nobody seems to care. White America as a whole should have a vested self-interest in dismantling the prison industrial complex just as much, if not more, than people of color. And whenever we speak of the problem of American prisons, we should see a white face for every black face. But we don't, do we?
White.
But guess what? If there's still the majority of people in prison, what's your fucking argument? You're going to tell me that... I want to ask FD Signifier this. Will he be okay with a trans woman going to the bathroom with his daughter? Asking for a friend, since wokeness is greatness in his eyes.
Folks, a lot of times in these conversations become collateral damage, as if the whole prison is black and brown,
right?
You know,
right.
And no one else ever even goes, and it's just not true. Like poverty, if we care, and my thing is, it's not about caping for white people. I don't even talk to them, but I'm just saying, like, it's just if we care about poverty, then we need to care about poverty. You can't like section it off. Right. If you care about prisons, you need to care about prisons. You can't section it off.
Right.
So yeah, it's a black issue because we are disproportionately impacted by it. But it's a problem, period. If you're putting people in cages like that, if people are in poverty.
But at the same time, when we talk about crime, how come we don't talk about the victim? If there's no victim, there's no crime, right? So how come you never mentioned about the crime, the person he committed the robbery against? How are they feeling? How are they feeling after being robbed? Isn't that some form of PTSD? Isn't that something that they felt? Because if you're committing armed robbery means what? You committed robbery with a weapon. How does that feel every time they go to the market or go to a certain place near that area or at that area, if they have to transport themselves by that area? Does that bring up bad memories? Can that bring up anguish, feelings of weakness, regret? So if we're going to talk about crime, we got to talk about all the parties within it, right? Weak ass arguments.
When there's all this wealth created, if you claim to be any kind of leftist, which this channel speaks to, then that's a problem regardless. But it also, on the flip side, isn't a reason to say race doesn't matter.
Right.
Or because like you said, it needs the black face.
Right.
To justify everything else.
Yeah.
You know, it needs to be seen as a problem that's only us, so it can do it to everyone. It needs that front, to do the rest of the stuff.
The moderate and liberal point of view on these problems inherently believes that these systems work and that these problems that I'm talking about within the system only require tweaks. They would be perfectly fine with the 2 million plus prisoners being behind bars as long as they were proportional to the normal population, even if that means increasing the white population of prisoners. What has to be acknowledged is that the awful outcomes of the prison industrial complex, from the police precinct to the prison yard, those problems are not bugs or glitches. They're features of this system. They are the system working exactly as it's designed. I want to end on like talking about Pendleton.
Yeah.
And talking around, just getting back to that counterinsurgency, revolutionary aspect, what that story and documentary was meant to do, and why it's important for people to like not just know that specific thing, but understand how that thing exists within like the greater context of the problem.
The first 1985. Me and my co-defendant John Cole, we were where we were supposed to be, which was on the lockup unit at that time, going to a CAB hearing, and there was a disturbance on the lockup unit. The first thing we noticed was the smell of mace. And then that I had already served time on the lockup unit, I knew what that meant, especially when the curtain was pulled. I knew that there was some form of terrorism going on.
There was an active approach inside prisons started by the FBI to identify, people who were potentially insurgent. February 1st, 1985, there was an uprising at Pendleton Correctional Facility, what at the time was known as Indiana Reformatory. And the uprising was started by the prison guards. So there was a inmate by the name of Lincoln Love, aka Lokmar. He was on the maximum restraint unit. On that day, the guard that usually worked that unit, the guard who ran that unit, just wasn't there. It had been searched, and they targeted this one particular inmate, Lincoln Love, who had been an organizer inside the prison, who was a jailhouse lawyer, who had gotten, tens of people out of prison, who always looked out and was organizing people within the prison, which is what they had been doing prior to this day.
These walls are funny. First you hate them, and you get used to them. Enough time passes, you get so you depend on them. That's institutionalized.
In her book, Golden Gulag, geographer Ruth Wilson Gilmore presents what I think is the most compelling explanation of the core of why our prison system is so fundamentally awful. And I'm resisting saying broken, because when you start to critique what the system actually does and how it fits into the overall scope of capitalism, you recognize that it's not broken. It's actually a well-oiled machine.
Have you seen him quote a male author yet?
Which still has one of the highest prison populations per capita in the country. And she concluded that looking at the problem of prisons and jails just as an exploitative element.
I said, have you seen him quote a male author yet? Seems like he quotes nothing but women authors.
Not that one. Not one. I wonder why.
Element of slave labor was missing the point. The truth is that economically,
there was a disturbance on the lockup.
He was on the maximum restraint unit. On that day, the guard that usually worked that unit, the guard who ran that unit, just wasn't there. It had been searched, and they targeted this one particular inmate, Lincoln Love, who had been an organizer inside the prison, who was a jailhouse lawyer, who had gotten, tens of people out of prison, who always looked out and was organizing people within the prison, which is what they had been doing prior to this day.
These walls are funny. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes, you get so you depend on them. That's institutionalized.
In her book, Golden Gulag, geographer Ruth Wilson Gilmore presents what I think is the most compelling explanation of the core of why our prison system is so fundamentally awful. And I'm resisting saying broken because when you start to critique what the system actually does and how it fits into the overall scope of capitalism, you recognize that it's not broken, it's actually a well-oiled machine. She did a historical analysis on the state of California, which still has one of the highest prison populations per capita in the country. And she concluded that looking at the problem of prisons and jails just as an exploitative element of slave labor was missing the point. The truth is that economically, prisons are not all that profitable and haven't been pursuing profit pretty much this entire time. The reality from her perspective is that prisons represent a useful and versatile tool to manage capitalism's ongoing challenges of excess labor, land, and resources, and does it in a way that provides multiple benefits to the system as a whole, including population control and galvanizing political ideologies for or against certain populations, and to a lesser extent, providing some profit that can be made off of the labor of prisoners. The short version is that after industrialization and going into the 1970s, America developed an excess labor problem and solved that problem with crime and prisons. In the 70s, we begin to see the slow but quickly accelerating erosion of American manufacturing industry. We begin to truly enter late-stage capitalism in the West as America, once a producer of goods, had finally shifted so much wealth and power to capitalists that the capitalists were able to create situations where they could utilize cheap labor in developing nations, cutting millions of Americans out of the capitalist equation, aka they took her jobs. When I say they, I don't mean immigrants. I mean corporations that shipped those jobs to countries that had populations that didn't even have to immigrate to this country to take the job in the first place. Capitalism always requires surplus labor with which to control the labor market and keep wages down, but too much surplus labor, especially with traditionally marginalized groups, that requires some modifications or things start to get dicey. To address that diciness and turn a profit, Gilmore argues that in California, prisons were sold as economic engines for small towns. It almost sounded like people were pitching amusement parks or casinos.
Well, sir, there's nothing on earth like a genuine, bona fide, electrified six-car prison.
These towns would be promised jobs and investment. There was also the added benefit of creating taxable land ownership for the state and counties where the prisons would be built. The catch is whatever economic value that was to be made had to come from funneling prisoners into those prisons, which set the ground for perverse social and political policies that would explode California's prison population well before the '94 crime bill.
Opposition to prison development was more easily managed by pro-prison forces. Aided by the CDCs, the California Department of Corrections, persuasive prospectuses promising jobs and other amenities. Those that were eventually successful in having prisons sited in their vicinity had well-organized delegations with few objections to or demands on the CDC's proposal. They also had large landlords willing to sell nearby surplus acres that the town could incorporate in order to reap the imagined harvest of state subventions, sales tax, and other incomes.
So this looks like a conspiracy, but I hesitate to call it that. While there have been several very real conspiracies against Black people in this country, such as the Tuskegee experiment or COINTELPRO, but this seems more like natural responses to capitalism that they just kind of figured out in the process. The racism creates the social conditions create crime, and somebody sees that and says, hey, we can profit off that crime, not just through building prisons and making money off prisoners, but also doing a little population control, because these criminals, they're not just criminals, they're dangerous potential revolutionaries. That may seem like a reach if you don't know the history of how many gangs were formed and even utilized by revolutionary actors throughout history, not just in America, but worldwide. The documentary, The Bastards of the Party, is an unsung classic in that genre. Likely lesser known because of its more radical pro-Black vibes as opposed to the sensational and exploitative nature of most street gang documentaries. It first illustrates how the loss of skilled labor options precipitated a growth in street gangs.
For 400 years, Black labor built the United States. All of a sudden, it's no longer needed. So sorry. I mean, there's something different about being poor in LA than there is anywhere up in the world. You're right up against it. It's all there in front of you, and you can't have any.
Street gangs are not a new phenomenon, but it used to be that a young man would be in a gang as a kid and then grow up and get a job. But when those jobs disappeared, the gangs did not. In fact, they took on new meaning and purpose, and many of those meanings and purposes were not so great for the community the gangs were in. The resulting rises in poverty and crime creates lots of bodies to fill those jails in those rural prisons, but it also serves to manage that population that might otherwise be a threat, not just at the street crime level, but in a revolutionary sense. People don't just wake up one morning and decide to join a gang and break in houses or sell drugs. A lot of that that requires a process of alienation and dehumanization, often through the social exclusion and dysfunction that poverty causes.
As those jobs start disappearing in these, quote unquote, urban neighborhoods in the hood, that doesn't exist. So some people turn to the black market, right? So the state says, we don't have any jobs for these people. And not just, we don't have any use for these people, but we can't have them on the street. In Marxism, we call this a surplus labor. Right. So we have a surplus labor force that we ain't got no jobs for them. So where are we going to put them?
One thing as a convict, everybody realizes you always have a choice. The choice might be fucked, but you always have a choice, right? You know what I mean? Like, for example, I go back to when I was selling dope and I was on the streets and stuff like that. I had a choice. I could be homeless and not sell dope, or I could sell dope and not be homeless, right? I had a choice. I just chose to sell dope. You know what I mean? Now, does that mean I think I should have been thrown in prison for it? No, that wasn't the answer. Like, I needed economic help. I needed support. I needed housing. I needed things like that. When I went to prison, it was like a high school reunion, literally. Like, everybody who had dipped out and disappeared, and we know what happened to them, they're in prison. You know what I mean? So when I went to prison, at least the state prison, then it was, I saw all these people from high school. I was like, oh shit, that's where you went to.
Both my parents are college educated. My daddy is an architect. My mommy is a CPA. Because of that, it was never a question whether or not I was going to school, going to college. I knew that was a part of the natural order of things. There's a difference between being broke and being structurally impoverished. At the end of the day, even if I have $0 to my name, I'm from a socioeconomic class, a walk in life where I have friends and people that I could even get money from. You know what I mean? I have different opportunities and mobility. And that's a certain different level of privilege. So it's like, yeah, sure, I don't steal. It's easy for me to be like, oh yeah, I wouldn't steal, or I'm not going to do this, or whatever it is. I only don't have to do what my circumstances don't require me to have to consider.
Essentially, when people grow up in a society that hates and demonizes them for their race or ethnicity or just being poor, those people are more likely to feel apart and less beholden to that society, and thus a little less likely to follow the rules and laws of that society. So in practice, this mostly just looks like street crime, but in theory, it has always been society's rejects and outsiders, the poor and the oppressed, regardless of race or gender or religion or creed, that have been most apt to engage in radical action against the status quo.
And we're going to say it after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up, that you can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail a revolution. Right.
This is the real danger of crime that our current system is hyper-focused on, that doesn't often get talked about. Tukey Williams and Sonny Carson and Larry Hoover, these were notable gang leaders who were in prison for violent crimes, but at the same time, they're also Black men who had the capacity to galvanize and organize hundreds and thousands of Black youth under one cause and one banner with extreme loyalty. Back in the 60s, the Panthers sought and worked to unify and recruit from street gangs for this very reason, because they recognized that the greatest potential for revolution would reside in the untapped potential of those people. And our justice system has that same understanding.
First started, we had a police alert patrol, and we would patrol the community. If we saw the police brutalizing anyone, we would put an end to this. Usually the police wouldn't brutalize anyone if we were on hand because we were armed. And if the police arrested the individual, we would follow him to the jail and bail the individual out, whether he was a Panther or not. And we would gain many recruits like this. So therefore, the community started to say that, well, these people are really concerned about our welfare.
This video is coming out in August, which is a significant month in the realm of radical and revolutionary action. And in those radical circles, August is referred to as Black August. Black August seeks to commemorate the unquantifiable amount of political prisoners locked up in America and worldwide. And it was created to honor the death of one of America's most influential political prisoners and gang leaders, George Jackson.
For 10 years, Jackson read and wrote constantly. Prison was his school. His letters were collected and published in a book. For him, the oppression and humiliation, the frustration and the violence of the prison system were but a reflection of what it was like to be a Black man outside in American society. Prison made George Jackson a revolutionary. Violence he saw as the only instrument of change. Overnight, his letters made him an idol of the left and a respected literary figure.
Jackson embodies what capitalists fear about not just prisoners, but the unchecked surplus labor of disaffected people. Jackson was a petty criminal in California before being arrested for armed robbery of a gas station for $70. For this crime, he was sentenced to, and I kid you not, an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 99 years in prison.
A 1 to life. A term they called for 1 to life, where I could have done 1 year and been released. I've done 10. That's more time than anybody in the state has ever done on a 1 to life.
However, a few years into his sentence, Jackson found Lenin and Fanon and Marx, etc. And much like a Malcolm X before him and countless people since then, he had a political awakening and began to organize with other prisoners inside of the prisons in response to the inhumane and brutal treatment of the prison guards that he was receiving. And because he did this, Jackson became feared and targeted in prison. Eventually, he was charged and convicted with the murder of a prison guard that would have him put on death row. A collection of letters he wrote regarding his experiences and beliefs culminated into Soledad Brother, a bestseller that brought him attention and acclaim. His work was lauded by academics and revolutionaries alike. He even allegedly exchanged love letters with Angela Davis. In fact, the story of Angela Davis and her connection to Jackson and Jackson's brother is legit worthy of a Spike Lee film. And getting back to Throwing Shade at the 13th documentary, they spend a short section talking about the criminal trial that Davis underwent as a result of her connection to Jackson, but make no mention of the details or even mention Jackson's name or the other co-defendants involved in the case. And it's almost as if they don't want to bring attention to those radical politics that Jackson represented.
Story again, and the system tried to put the sister on trial, and the sister said, no, we putting you on trial. She came in like this, and she devastated the prosecution.
Davis was put on trial because she owned guns that were used in an armed insurrection at a California courthouse by George Jackson's brother, Jonathan Jackson, an insurrection that ended in a police shootout that saw Jonathan and several others killed, including a judge. Jackson himself was eventually killed in an alleged prison escape less than a year later, but his work resonated after his death, and his next book, Blood in My Eyes, cemented him as a centerpiece for revolutionary politics and prison abolition.
So yeah, he gets assassinated, and in August, that's again why we honor it in August, and then that next month is when Attica happens, which again goes back to George Jackson. So I'm throwing out all those references to say, George Jackson is like the core of a lot of either people or moments in Black history that we even know about. The quote I read you earlier about destroying the prisons, that I believe that was in Blood in My Eyes. Yeah. So it's like George Jackson is central to our understanding of prisons, to Black August, obviously, because it was a commemoration that started with his people. You know, he's central to a lot of revolutionary theory. Some people who even theory on fascism, central to that. You know, and he was also even considered an honorary Black Panther, like inside the prison as well. So he's connected to all these different things, and he did it all from his own cell.
It's important to remember that prison abolition didn't start with academics and petite bourgeois Negroes. It started in the prisons. Jackson may have entered prison a petty thief, but he found politics in the process. And this is a pattern we've seen before, both in terms of developing politically, but also in terms of being persecuted. This story is repeated multiple times, including the Pendleton 2, of which 2 Black has released a documentary on after they were charged with insurrections and given ridiculous amounts of prison time for what amounted to self-defense under a racist and violent institution. But recognize that many past and current political prisoners like Mumia Abu-Jamal and numerous members of the Black Panther Party of the 1960s, including Huey P. Newton and Fred Hampton, as well as civil rights leaders before and after him, such as Martin Luther King and John Lewis, were targeted and arrested by police and put in prisons in the middle of political movements. Hell, even Dr. Dre didn't want to make the song Fuck the Police because he was on a prison release program and didn't want retaliation from the prison guards. This system has always been used to target would-be agitators.
I talk about teeth a lot, right? It is the fascist teeth, right? It is the way to force people into submission. If you're organizing politically and you are a political dissident, what are they going to do, right? They're going to send the police after you, which are fascists, and then they throw you into the prison as a consequence, where then people will not pay attention, for example, if you die. And even if you don't die, you will sit there for years rotting away because they don't want you speaking up. They need to have the whip. They need to have the way to inflict pain and terror upon people. Like for even like what you said, this might be too much, but like you not want to speak on certain things because you're scared of facing consequences of doing that, even though your First Amendment rights is supposed to protect you. You know how far that really goes if you push hard enough.
Back to Golden Gulag, Gilmore tells the story of Gilbert Jones, a former gang leader who, with the help of activists, began an organizing initiative that was seeking to create truces and unification between street gangs in South Central Los Angeles for the purpose of resisting police brutality and corrupt courts. As this movement gained steam, Jones was arrested for a $10 armed robbery. Gilmore writes,
"The state relocated Gilbert's case from Compton, where a seating Black jury is quite easy, to the Long Beach courtroom of an anti-gang judge, Marvin Doolittle. Despite the testimony of numerous witnesses who were there with him at the time of the robbery, the jury found Gilbert guilty. And despite further testimony at the sentencing hearing from the former governor, Jerry Brown, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and others concerning his peacemaking achievements, the judge bound the young man over to the custody of the California Department of Corrections to serve 7 years for a $10 robbery."
You may be thinking that all of this horrifying, counter-revolutionary, oppressive tactics that I'm talking about are relics of a bygone era, that modern police and courts wouldn't be so bold to do such things today, but you'll be mistaken. We've seen the arrest, detainment, and in some cases, mysterious disappearances of protesters over the last few years. But more blatant and in-your-face stuff is still happening right now here in Atlanta. For longtime viewers, you know that I have taken a vested interest in bringing attention to Atlanta's Cop City Resistance Project. Cop City is a project that seeks to take $90 million, including $60 million of taxpayer money, to build a militarized police training facility in a Black working class community, while also tearing down a significant force referred to as Atlanta's lungs. And I had known about this situation for almost a year before deciding to talk about it on my platform. But what spurred me to say something on my channel, where I usually talk about Black movies and like the manosphere, was the arrest of 5 young people that were peacefully occupying the forest in December of 2022.
Federal agents flushed 5 people out of the wooded site due to be cleared to build the facility. The 5 were then charged with domestic terrorism.
They were not involved in endangering anybody. They were sitting passively in trees trying to express a political position.
Domestic terrorism for protesting. Now, since then, there has been an escalation in tactics and challenges to this project. So there have been other protesters also charged with domestic terrorism, where it seems at least somewhat reasonable according to these bullshit laws. But the first 5 people charged in December were charged with terrorism because of alleged vandalism and trespassing. Worse yet, just a few weeks ago, a nonprofit that raises money for the legal fees for protesters was raided by an armed SWAT team. A SWAT team was used to penetrate this house in the middle of a nice neighborhood on the east side of Atlanta, where I literally cannot afford to buy a house at.
Marlon Kautz, Adele McClain, and Savannah Patterson were charged with 1 count each of money laundering and charity fraud. Warrants allege the 3 were, quote, misleading contributors to fund the actions in part of Defend the Atlanta Forest, a group classified by the United States Department of Homeland Security as domestic violent extremists. As proof of money laundering, the warrants cite reimbursements from April 2021 to March of this year that total less than $7,000 and were for forest cleanup, totes, COVID rapid tests, media, and yard signs. The Atlanta Solidarity Fund issued a statement that it's existed for 7 years, quote, with the sole purpose of providing resources to protesters experiencing repression.
They were arrested and charged with financial crimes. Ask yourself if you've ever heard of a SWAT team being used to arrest bankers. Quick addendum here to update the ongoing escalation of legal violence against this resistance movement. 61 individuals were given RICO charges related to community organizing against the Stop Cop City movement. Here is a literal quote from the district attorney that illustrates how bogus these charges are.
When you allege a conspiracy to commit racketeering, there's no requirement under Georgia law that they know each other. The whole purpose of the Georgia racketeering law is that they're all working in some way, shape, or form towards the same goal. And they formed a conspiracy to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that every person has to talk to every single person. All you have to do is commit one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy with the others, and then you can be guilty of racketeering. So that's why, is because it's a large case, and So if you want to tie everybody together and they're all trying to do the same thing, racketeering is the appropriate charge.
By this logic, anyone who has done anything against this project can be charged with racketeering. This is an extremely scary and dangerous precedent being enacted that could impact any form of organized protest and resistance in this country, whether it be strikes, civil disobedience, boycotts, canvassing, etc. It's so bad that 2 district attorneys in DeKalb County recused themselves from being a part of the prosecution because even they know what's up. I don't know if there's better evidence to prove the point that I'm trying to make here. This isn't happening in Alabama or Texas or New York or LA or Chicago or some other place known for silencing dissent and marginalized voices or this type of violence. This is happening in Atlanta, Georgia, Wakanda, Black Mecca, the home of Martin Luther King, John Lewis, the city too busy to hate, where our Democratic Morehouse graduate mayor is working with Republicans to push this unpopular and outright terrifying project through.
The Public Safety Training Center will be a vital piece of infrastructure that will serve the training needs of our fire and police departments and be a true community asset to our residents. Today, I am pleased to report that we have reached an agreement with DeKalb County to issue the construction permits and begin to move the project forward.
I have a genuine fear for my own safety as I'm making this video. I've made myself visible in a way talking up this issue, and these institutions have made it clear that they don't have an issue with weaponizing the justice system against dissenters like me, which is why, for those of you ops watching, I want to be clear, I'm just an entertainer. I'm a loudmouth grad school dropout talking shit on YouTube. My last video was literally about making videos on YouTube, and the one before that was about anime. Don't pay me any mind. Like, share, and subscribe. Join my Patreon. Buy a t-shirt. Joe Biden 2024. I joke, but the reality is I'm genuinely afraid. I struggle because on some level, I feel like maybe this is ego and arrogance and paranoia. And I literally am just a YouTuber who should not have any type of attention or effect on these large systems where they target me. But the fact is, I'm supposed to be afraid. When the police raid nonprofits, when they shoot protesters and charge peaceful protesters with domestic terrorism, that is their goal. They want to instill fear in people who might resist. That is not a bug of this system. It's a feature. The Pendleton 2 documentary starts off with this conversation about what happened to George Floyd. Specifically, the director is asking, what would he have done if he was there?
And instantly I was reminded of how dangerous this country is for people who look like me. But then I thought about the other people who happen to be in the unfortunate position of having to stand there and watch as a man dies.
Because when you look at that George Floyd tape, of course you see the police officer standing on George Floyd's neck. But the thing that's often forgotten about is that this entire scene is witnessed by a crowd of people yelling and screaming to hopefully save George Floyd's life. I've often conversed with others and thought to myself about what is the reality where the people filming George Floyd's murder put the phones down and stepped in to intervene. What froze them there? What would they be risking if they stood up to those officers, even as they witnessed them doing something that they clearly shouldn't have been doing? What would I have done in that situation? I can talk a good game behind this camera. In this little pocket universe, I control everything that happens. But would I have done any differently than they did? I have a wife and kids at home. Would I have risked my life or livelihood to save another? People can talk a good game in comment sections and on videos and in reports after the fact. But I know I'm not the only one to not really know deep down inside whether my response to that situation would have been any different. And it's one of the reasons why I don't talk too greasy behind the safety of this camera. The reality is the badge and the gun in that situation imbues in us a sense of fear to not do the right thing, even when it's obvious what the right thing is. It takes a whole different mindset and disposition to be about that action, a mindset and disposition that often results in getting targeted, because the fear of the consequences of taking action, of doing what's right, of seeking justice, that is a fundamental function of the police and their presence. It is meant to make us think twice, whether they'll kill you and get away with it or lock you up after a sham trial or have a SWAT team breaking down your door, all those things send a message. So we really need to start sending one back. To those people who are willing to risk their safety and livelihood to protest and take action against these systems legally and non-violently, of course, we need to show those folks that if and when they do get targeted by these systems, that we will at least have their backs. That is the point of Black August. And in those cases where they do go away, we won't forget about them, and we will continue to fight for their freedom and fight against this system. That's the least we can do.
Like, also, I could get into like deep political theory, but on a real basic level, political prisoners are that because they are punished not just for what they did, but to send a message to everyone else. Yeah. So if slavery ever did have a decent analogy here, it's just very similar. When you punish the slave who ran away or rose up against, and you make sure that there's a public display of that so everybody else can see what happens when you do that. Right. Yeah. So if you can't have that person's back, if we can't have their back, then that sends a message to any of us that when we do choose to rise up, that ain't nobody going to be there for us. So people probably less likely to turn up. Right. But if you know when you turn up, even if all of us aren't willing to go that far, that at least people are going to have your back. You know, you'll have way more people willing to commit themselves to struggle. But if it's just like, yo, this happens and nobody cares, and people aren't going to commit themselves to struggle because struggle's not an individualistic thing. They committed themselves to struggle because they were in a cohort of people who all loved each other and took care of each other. And that's important to emphasize. But if we can't have their backs, what does that say about any of the shit we're kicking? Yeah. Because the fact that we can even have this conversation is a product of the struggles that happened prior. Even if some things got co-opted, even if some people went to prison, even if some people got killed, the only reason we can have this conversation is because people were willing to struggle, or we wouldn't even be able to do this in public. Because there was a time where quite literally this was death.
So we're going to see about Bobby, regardless of what these people think we should do. Because school is not important and work is not important. Nothing's more important than stopping fascism, because fascism will stop us all.
So in the description of this video will be a list of causes, petitions, documentaries, and further opportunities for educating yourself on the problems of policing and prisons, including a place to donate to support the ongoing anti-cop city movement, as well as a link to the aforementioned Pendleton 2 documentary, co-directed by my guest, 2 Black. That one can be found on the Signified B-Sides channel, along with more information on how you can support the Pendleton 2. Please take a little time to engage in supporting these causes, because the vastness of this problem I couldn't even begin to describe or fully enumerate in a YouTube video, but the goal was for this to be a jumping point for all of you watching. Because there are small wins being had on the regular. Cities across the country are piloting community policing efforts, eliminating cash bail, and investing in communities and infrastructure for at-risk neighborhoods. Even Republicans want to defund the FBI, not for the right reasons, but a win is a win. But still, it mustn't be lost what John has been saying this whole time. In 2020, the concept of defunding the police was at its most popular level ever and gaining steam. And then the concept of defunding the police turned into reforming the police, which literally turned into funding the police and resulted in increases in police budgets nationwide since 2020. It was a radical concept that was co-opted. And don't get me wrong, like, we all knew that was likely going to happen, but it does hurt a bit and mean something that these messages and these ideas that are created in these leftist spaces are so easily subsumed into the status quo, partly because we do part of that work for them. We don't want to say the thing in its most clear and unassailable and purest form. It happened to defund the police. It happened to Black Lives Matter. It happened to the word woke. So we're going to take a cue from my boy John, and even fucking Ice Cube from that era before he sold out and was appearing on Tucker Carlson shows, along with a legacy of Black people suffering under these systems who gave him the idea for that in the first place.
What a bitch.
Call it what it is. It's not reform the police. It's not defund the police.
That's what I say. If I ever saw FD Signified brother, yo, I'm gonna step to his bitch ass.
And that's going to be really hard for them to water down. And if folks think that's too abrasive, that's kind of the point. And that's pretty much it, except for the fact that I have to take a moment to talk about this video sponsor, and the only reason why a video like this probably could be made, at least for me, my streaming service, Nebula. A lot of work went into this video. A lot of risk went into this video, to be honest. And both of those things are only worth it or only feasible because of my streaming service, Nebula. Nebula is a streaming service where a lot of different types of creators, including YouTubers like myself, came together to basically build our own independent streaming platform. Together, we make up something that I like to describe as the Discovery Channel, but for YouTube, minus all of the really awful reality TV shows that Discovery Channel shows these days. That means on Nebula, you'll get lots of social political content like the stuff I'm bringing you, as well as media analysis, history, video games, science. Some of the coolest things that are being done independently on YouTube are being done better on Nebula, minus commercials, minus ad reads like this one, and without the challenges that come with creating on YouTube, such as worrying if videos like this might get demonetized because corporations won't want to play their ads over a video that is this critical of America's policing system, or worrying about if some song or sound effect that you use is going to get a copyright flag and make it so a video that you worked weeks or even months on suddenly can't make you any money. On top of getting access to director's cut versions of the content you like watching, you also get direct access to the content creators where they can teach you about their creative process through Nebula classes. On Nebula classes, you'll have Nebula creators and other creators basically showing you the back end on how we develop concepts. For example, Foreign Man in a Foreign Lands video on storytelling, as well as plenty others explaining the content creation process. Lastly, for the month of September, Nebula is offering lifetime memberships for $300. Now, obviously, this isn't for everyone, but for those of you who have the capacity and are looking to support creators like myself, this is the best way to make that happen. Nebula is making a renewed focus on original content. And for this content, we not only want to make stuff that really just can't exist on YouTube, we also want to go bigger and better. We're talking about movies and full-on documentaries. I myself am already in the planning stages for my own Nebula original that's going to be way bigger than anything I've done on YouTube. You get access to original content from some of your favorite creators that can't be seen anywhere else. And more importantly, you get to help me keep making the type of stuff that I want to make without worrying about the algorithm and all these other aspects of the creative process here on YouTube. You get all of that by clicking the link in the description and using my sign-up code FD Signifier. I'm so grateful to the people at Nebula for sponsoring this video. I appreciate all of you for watching, and I will see you next time. Peace.
Like, they gonna hate dusting off my shit, like, okay. And this is structure, nigga. Hey, dusting off my shit, like, gonna, hey, dusting off my, like, Craig gonna, yeah, dusting off my shit, like, Craig gonna, hey, this is extortion, nigga. Okay, check. Yeah, okay, keep that bingo on me when I'm rolling slowly through a side of shit where I know they don't know me. Can't be playing, get caught slipping, get left laying. Fuck the speed limit, I don't see limits, I don't need limits. My OGs in this, they like nigga kill 'em. Yeah, God, kosher freedom, Atlanta East like peace, like breathing in these streets like a demon, like all 8 billion can get it. Give me a reason. Look, I ain't had a good day in a fucking minute. Got me back in it, then it's the menace, and it's the business. It's that organic fire. Nigga, you tripping, nigga. Okay. Look, creep with me as I crawl through the hood. Blacks, maniacs, insanes, it's all good. Where every nigga around really wish you would, and I respect it if you did, but you should. Okay, dusting off my shit like Craig on the bitch. What's happening? Okay. Hey, look, dusting off my shit like Craig on the bitch. What's happening? Yeah. Okay, dusting off my shit like Craig on the bitch. What's happening? Yeah. Okay, dusting off my shit like Craig on the bitch. What's happening? Yeah. Okay, it's hard to twist up, trying not to lift your wrists up. Let me take this shit off for these niggas want pictures. Bitches want my babies, lawyers want my cases. Mama want my safety, can't convince her I ain't crazy. Look, fuck who you loving, bitch, not tell me who you screwing. Get this nut off, I had you vibing like the Bruins. Boston, not in Boston, ice it, price it. The pussy don't know me, how the fuck you don't like me? Look, download the blick, upload the clip, point, click, delete. The police, you where that fuck shit be. Look, greet you, be beat ya. Sneaking like Javante, machine gun punches, bitch. Kelly with the gunplay. Champion 2 day, fuck 1 day, fuck someday. My bitch like bitches, thank God for last Sunday. 2 of them on my dick like cherries on a Sunday. And I was on time for him like Kanye. Okay, dusting up my shit like Craig on the bitch, what's happening? Okay, hey, look, dusting up my shit like Craig on the bitch, what's happening? Yeah, okay, dusting up my shit like Craig on the bitch, what's happening? Yeah, okay, dusting out my shit like Craig on the bitch, what's happening? Okay, God, culture freedom, Atlanta East like peace, like peace, like peace, like God, culture freedom, Atlanta East like peace, like peace, like peace, like God, culture freedom, Atlanta East like peace, like peace, like peace, like God, culture freedom, Atlanta East like peace, like peace, like peace, like peace, like